Okay. Oh, where's my cursor? There. Let's start with some FF9. I'm joined by Keeper, wonderful FF9 wonder, nice person to help with commentary. Let's start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, everyone. I don't know if I can live up to either of those very kind compliments, but I'll do my best. I'll try at least to be nice. All right. Well, welcome into Madelon's FF9 run. I'm very excited to be here. Thank you all for having me. Us, actually. But let's jump right into it. Madelon, what are you doing?
First we try to steal a mage measure. There's like, what is it? 1 in 16 chance to steal it here, I think.
It's yeah, that's what it's quoted as, but it's actually slightly lower than that, because the thing is, it's 1 out of 16 once the steal attempt is successful, but there's a slight chance that the steal misses all. We just got a very quick masher. What in the world? This never happens.
Reverse marathon luck. That was like,
Oh
I would have taken that on the PB attempt.
I'm not sure I've ever seen a better masher in a marathon, and I've seen a lot of these in marathons. That's crazy.
Yes. Starting out with some good luck, because like typically, like, because it's right at the start of the run, it's something you can easily reset for if you like don't get it in the early steal attempts, and it's just a nice better weapon for Zidane to have in the early game, so you do want it.
Yeah, it's pretty crucial to these first 3 or 4 boss fights that we're gonna do. It's gonna essentially double Zidane's damage over what he would otherwise be doing, which in a boss fight like Sea Lion, which we're gonna see in like 20 minutes or so. That shortens the fight considerably.
Yep.
Oh, I should point out for folks, if you're used to Final Fantasy IX, you might be asking, hey, where'd the story go? And we are running a cutscene removed version of this game that was kind of introduced to the speedrunning community a couple of years ago. So basically all of the dialogue, with very, very, very limited exceptions, is gone. And that turns this from a 7.5 or 8 hour speedrun into something more like a 4 hour speedrun. So it basically cuts the run in half. So it makes the run a lot more accessible for people who can't, you know, throw away 8 hours at a time to run this game. So basically what you're seeing is kind of like a highlight reel of the introduction to the game in Alexandria. I see someone in chat saying the timer isn't going, and that's a good point. Luckily the run is going, so I don't know who controls the timer, but there it is. All right. Anyway, so we're fighting King Leo right now. This is the second required fight in the game. It's the first fight where you actually need to defeat your enemy. What you're going to see in a lot of these early story fights is that the fastest way to get through the fights is actually to just have our characters knock themselves out, because they're not real fights, if you will. They're just kind of like ways to advance the story, so we kind of want to skip all the fighting. I'm going to be quiet for nobles.
Okay, we got them.
That's so sick. That's literally the hardest thing to do in the marathon. Great job. I ran this in there's a series, an annual event called the Final Fantasy Relay, where it's basically a race between 3 teams all running the different Final Fantasy games, and I ran this game in that one year. And I was so nervous to do nobles. I'll never forget. I was like practicing nobles and I was failing it way more than I ever had before.
Yeah.
I got it in the marathon first try, and I was not live on mic, so I just like let out a big yell to myself because I was so relieved.
Yeah, and we do want to get it because it's 10,000 gil, so it's a lot of money. You can retry it if you fail, but you'd rather not. And from what I've heard, it's even more difficult on the PSX version. Although the one thing I have to get used to always on the PC version is that the buttons are just different than what it shows on my controller. Mm-hmm. So I always have to like make a mental image in my mind of like where the buttons are to make sure I do the correct ones. Especially like X is not X, so I always like I'm afraid of doing the X and the B wrong because like those mess with where I think the X should be.
Yep, I have the exact same issue. If you're PlayStation brain, like it sounds like both of us are. I don't use it anymore, but I used to have a post-it on my monitor that would show me where the buttons are, just so I wouldn't, because you're just for years and years, it's like X is down, and it's like, nope, X is actually left now. So this is another one of these kind of early story fights that aren't, we have no risk of dying here, is what I'm trying to say. The one thing that we do want to try to accomplish here, and I think it looks like Madelon did, yep, we got the weight trick against Steiner 1. We're going to fight Steiner, who's eventually going to be a party member here 3 times in a row. In the next 2 fights, it's actually going to be quicker to kind of just sacrifice our team, but in this one, it's you just want to beat him up real quick. But the one thing you can do is a weight trick, which I'll try to explain succinctly. The basic idea is that if you have any party member with a speed statistic that's greater than the enemy's speed statistic, there is a way by manipulating the menu inputs to basically steal a turn where your party member who's faster will go twice in a row before the enemy takes a turn. And I could get deeper into the mechanics about how that works at some point, but that's the basic premise of what we're trying to accomplish. And Madelon, they successfully did that right away in Steiner 1, so that was great.
Yeah, and here indeed a few fights where we just like suicide everyone except Dagger, and like they don't want to attack Dagger. Dagger is the princess, or I guess she's still called Garnet now. Garnet's the princess, so Steiner will not attack Garnet. So like as soon as the rest is dead, they like won't be doing much anymore.
Yeah, there are a lot of I'll call them rites of passage, different ways for FF9 runners to accidentally kill their run. And the most classic way to do it is you accidentally knock out Garnet here. We were saying that you want to sacrifice your team, but you actually don't want to sacrifice Garnet. It's actually a game over if you do sacrifice Garnet. And the PC inputs can get a little sticky, so it's especially actually easy to make that mistake on PC. Just waiting for this bomb to work through this scripted fight. It's gonna get real huge. We're not seeing the story scenes, but Garnet's mom shot that thing at us for reasons unknown. Basically, she was real mad that we were kidnapping her daughter, so to take out her vengeance, she's like, you can't kidnap her, I'm just gonna explode your ship with a big bomb, and possibly her too. So if you're wondering what we're doing here, Madelon is forcing a fight on the first screen. This is going to get Zidane 23 quick experience points. Basically, we need to get Zidane to level 3 before we leave this forest, because if you get to the Sea Lion boss fight, which is the first real kind of challenging fight in this run, in the Ice Cavern, and Zidane's still stuck at level 1 or 2, that's going to make the fight really difficult. We really need to get to level 3 to make that fight comfortable. So by forcing that encounter there, we get enough experience where with the plant spider fight that we'll see in a few minutes, we can guarantee that Zidane is going to get to at least level 3 for that Sea Lion fight. Oh, here's another famous way to accidentally kill your run, by the way. It's the same idea. It's if you use the wrong trance attack here. It's an AoE, and it kills Garnet along with the prison cage, which is actually wild, because I've seen that get a bunch of casual players in their playthroughs that they stream. It's like, you're like, ooh, trance, what does that do? And it's like they just built in this cute little trick to like have you game over right away.
Yeah, especially this is the first fight where he trances indeed, so you're completely new to it. You don't know what these abilities do.
It's literally supposed to tutorial fight, and they were just like, what if like we just force like, I don't know, half or more people to game over? It's like actually kind of cruel of them, honestly. Yeah, a lot of beginner traps indeed. But Madelon's a pro. So.
Yeah, and this fight is mostly just attacking, but on a later turn I will probably try to also steal from it, because it has a chance of, or a good chance to give us a broadsword, which isn't better than what Steiner currently has, but a guest party member will have a better sword, and we cannot leave a character without a sword. They need to have a weapon. So that way we can like steal off a character from a sword from a guest character by giving him a broadsword, and then I can get the iron sword from the other character. We did get the broadsword. Nice.
Nice. Yeah, a lot of people wonder, like, you know, people come into my stream and ask, like, why we don't try to steal more stuff. And the answer is it's rarely worth the time loss. Most good stuff you can steal is pretty hard to steal, so you've pretty much seen, probably maybe Madelon might throw in a steal against a Harka, I don't know, but other than that, you've pretty much seen the only two steals we do in this game. The first one being the Mage Masher on the very first fight, and the second one being going for that broadsword there.
Yeah. Picking up some ethers for money.
Oh yeah, I'll try to get into, we're running the PC version, obviously, little differences between PC and the original PSX version. And there's a bunch of things to say, but one thing is you saw Madelon succeeded at getting 10,000 gil from nobles there. In the PC run, that's pretty much required. Typically, if you run the game on PC and you don't get nobles, you'll either try again, or you'll just, you know, more likely, if you're just kind of running for a PB, you'll just reset the run entirely. On PSX, it's different. Like Madelon said, it's harder to get, and they have backup plans where when they don't get nobles, which is pretty common, they'll have a bunch of pickups they do along the way for gil. We don't have to do as many pickups as they do for gil, but these ethers early are actually essential, because it's going to give us more cash to do what, if you know FF9 at all, what is commonly known as the cotton robe trick, which we're going to do through a couple shops here to actually kind of multiply our early gil advantage here. So this is not a scripted fight. You actually can die in this fight, but it's just a very straightforward, just smack Baku a couple times and he moves on.
Yep. And now we want to, like, Garnet still got captured by these plants, so we still want to get her. So we get Steiner and the Vivi, gather them to actually go rescue her, go into the forest.
We are rounding up a squad. The Avengers have assembled. So another difference, if you're used to the PSX version, that you might notice here is the encounter rate on PC is much, much lower than it is on PSX. In a typical speedrun of this game on PSX, runners will get between, I don't know, 55 and 60 encounters, something like that. On PC, it's more like 12 to 15 or so. There's one. Yep. It's a rare one too. This is always going to be the flower. Yep.
Yeah, it always feels unlucky to already get a random encounter. Like, random encounter rate is so low that you kind of expect to not get random encounters. Like, quite often you will leave the forest without getting more than the fun forest encounter.
Sometimes you'll get through all of disc 1 without an encounter, so that's a pretty unlucky one. I'm a nerd, so I know that that's a 5% encounter check, so that's 19 times out of 20, Madelon's not going to get that encounter, but we got the 1 time out of 20 there. Yes, this is one where we actually just want to go ahead and give Plant Brain the first turn. We're trying to... Oh, unfortunately, that's fine, actually, with the miss. That's actually very common. We're trying to knock Zidane out. Zidane got blinded from the pollen that Plant Brain used, so Madelon tried to save a turn by having Zidane knock himself out, but a lot of the time he's going to miss. So they just went ahead and did it with BB. Basically, this fight is scripted so that if and when Zidane dies, Blank shows up, but more importantly, Plant Brain's HP gets cut in half, I believe from 920 to 460 by memory. So it just makes the fight a lot faster to kind of put Z on the ground here. Easy peasy.
Okay, I want to get Blank's Iron Sword for Steiner, so that's where we use the broadsword. And now we get an encounter with a couple of these plant spiders, I believe they're called. Like, we get 2, 3, or 4 of them. Strategy will depend a little bit on how many we get, because we want to make sure enough experience is going to Zidane. And there is a bit of an... Did we get the first turn here? Okay. I guess Vivi is dead, sure.
That's unfortunate. That could have been a very nice fight.
Yeah, it looked like it was almost going great.
You looked like you were set up. That's kind of the ideal with the 4 spider fight is you want what I always use as shorthand as BB +1. You want someone who can knock out Blank plus BB who can do a fire AoE and kill these spiders right away. And the reason we need to knock out Blank is we need to funnel Blank's experience that he would otherwise get in this fight over to Zidane. And or the other party members. Because we got 4 spiders, like Madelon was just saying, we don't need everyone to go down. Zidane doesn't need to steal everyone's experience. And to be clear, experience in this game is a zero-sum proposition. So if there are 4 people up, they'll get a certain amount of experience. If there are 2 people up, they'll steal the other 2 people's experience and kind of get twice as much experience.
Yeah. And now Zidane and Steiner got experience, so that's fine.
Yeah, no, that's nice. And the reason we're worried about it is for the same reason I mentioned earlier. Okay. just saying hi to the miss there.
Yeah, I wasn't fast enough to pass it in time, and then I just had to wait it out.
No, I'm just glad you recognized it. Yeah.
Yeah, you get encounters if you hit the mist, so we don't like encounters.
Encounters are the enemy. Quite literally, I guess. And the reason we're so concerned with our experience that we get there in the plant spider fight is the same thing I was saying before about the random encounter that Madelon forced. It's to get Zidane to level 3 for this fight that you're about to see.
Yeah, it's a Zidane solo fight. So how much like health Zidane has is it does matter. At like level 2 is a bit too low.
Yeah, it's kind of a theme across, I mean, Final Fantasy and probably JRPG speedruns, older ones more broadly, is that the solo fights often tend to be the run killers because you just have so much less room for things to go wrong. It's like, obviously, if something goes wrong, you don't have a second character to pick someone up, so you're just dead. So this is Sea Lion. Sea Lion's always going to take the first turn. It's a coin flip whether we get a turn before Black Waltz 1. Unfortunately for Madelon, we did not get the first turn here. Not a big deal, it just means we might need to heal a little bit earlier than we would otherwise want to. This is kind of the first real run killer fight of the run. And it kind of comes down to your risk tolerance in a marathon setting like this. I'm sure Madelon's going to play it pretty conservatively. But if you're going for a PB or whatever, you might take some chances with Zidane's HP, depending on what's going on. It's kind of an interesting fight.
It's kind of a fight where you're forced to take risks anyway, because like you cannot play around getting a wrong critical hit.
Yes, correct. You can actually avoid it in the PSX run, but in the PC run, you cannot. The thing about this fight, two kind of gimmicks. The first gimmick is you can't attack Sea Lion until Black Waltz 1 is dead. That's why we're attacking Black Waltz 1. Because Black Waltz 1 will just keep healing Sea Lion over and over if you try to hit Sea Lion. The second gimmick is that Sea Lion has scripted counters in this fight. Final Fantasy IX is a pretty challenging game, I would argue, for casuals, because a lot of the bosses have scripted counters that are not very transparent. So basically, the way we've set this up is that Sea Lion's going to do a very strong counter after we attack it twice, and after we attack it a total of 4 times. And we need to heal up typically before those counters occur, because we're only at level 3, and we'll kind of wipe if we're not healed up.
Yeah, so if you get a critical hit in the wrong turn and suddenly that counts as 2 attacks already and you trigger the counter before you're supposed to, and then you're suddenly dead. And we don't have enough health to truly play around that. So, like with this hit, I just, like, that was good. I didn't get a critical hit because critical hit would have been death. And now I heal up for the next time we get the counter attack.
I managed personally to go hundreds of runs, literally, without ever getting the unlucky crit, which is kind of improbable. Like, you are going to get a crit now and then. And then I got the unlucky crit like 4 times in a week. So this is actually going really nicely, because we're going to take a really strong counter plus another turn from Sea Lion right here. But our HP is literally as high as it can be, basically at 144. We got a low roll wing attack for this counter. The blizzard behind the counter is kind of unfortunate. We're hoping for a 32 roll. We got 36 roll. In a PB attempt, I definitely would have swung there. I suspect Madelon, you probably would have swung too, but for a marathon, I think healing up to be safe makes sense.
Yeah, you can die with 1 blizzard then, so that I'm not risking that.
Yeah. 36 is basically the magic number for your health in this fight. If you, notwithstanding counters, if you have more than 36 health, you're safe. If you have less, then you can die, and depending on some other thresholds, you have a higher percentage of dying.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, 36, like, there's one attack it can do that to kill me, but, like, I'm not going to risk that one.
Anyway, that was very, very well executed and straightforward, and Sea Lion didn't really come up with too many shenanigans for you there. So congratulations, GG.
Yeah, no bad crits.
No bad crits. No surprises. Alright, you might be wondering, what the heck is Madelon doing right now? So we're on the world map. And Madelon, what are you doing?
I am stutter stepping, so basically, like, I do use turbo for this, to basically, like, shortly take a step, then like, very tiny pause, basically, then take a step, then pause again. So rather than just running forward, you kind of step, pause, step, pause, step, pause. And the reason is, if you outright run, you have a chance of getting encounters, but if you just take a half step, then you cannot get encounters from that movement. So by continuously doing these like of slight steps, you never get encounters, and you can get over the world map without encounters.
Yep, exactly. The game's programmed on the world map so that if Zidane doesn't take a full step, the danger value doesn't accrue and you won't get an encounter. The only world map encounters we might get are actually the trivia encounters, which are programmed a different way. So when you're in a forest, there's a small chance that you're going to get ragtimed. But other than that, we don't expect to see any world map encounters.
Yeah, it doesn't fully work for all of the, like, special battles in forests. But like other than that, it is why I would also like. Right now I didn't do it, but for a lot of times you will avoid the forests a bit still.
Yeah, there's a 20-second threshold, so if you've been on the world map for less than 20 seconds, then those special encounters cannot trigger. But there's 1 or 2 segments in the run where we do need to go through a forest, and it'll have been more than 20 seconds, so we are running some risk. But it's not risk that we can avoid. You just saw Madelon do a shop there. In part, that was for some equipment that we're going to put on. In part, it was to set up a cotton robe trick. There's an interesting feature in this game where there are different pieces of equipment that you can synthesize. There's a synthesis mechanic in this game where you buy, say, equipment piece A and then equipment piece B, and then you can go to a synthesis shop and put them together, and it gives you equipment piece C. Interestingly, for a bunch of stuff you can synthesize, the cost of buying all that stuff and synthesizing it is less than the amount of gil you get for selling the item that you synthesized. So this is most commonly known as the cotton robe trick. Basically, it costs less to put together a cotton robe than you get for selling it. So you want to put together as many of them as possible, and typically it's something like 9 or 10 or 11, depending on how you're routing it this early, because you only have so much gil to buy the parts to put them together. But we're going to make a bunch of cotton robes coming up here, and then we're going to sell them, and we're going to have a lot more gil because of it.
Yeah, I'm going for 9 cotton ropes, so I
Yeah,
made sure to have 9 wrists as
Yep.
one of the materials I need for that.
So I'm going to be pretty quiet because this is this is Black Waltz 2. It's probably the most difficult boss fight in, I would say, the first half of the entire game for a speedrun. Oh, we're going to get a weird fight here.
I definitely didn't wait. Yeah. I was getting confused of hey, how this trans is going to change this, because the damage values for the counter are going to be different.
I think you've played it perfect, just not weight tricking, just doing one turn each with the 2 of them, and then you can kind of proceed as you would normally. Oh, this is the gross fight. Ugh.
Yeah, I didn't like him going for Steiner. Okay, sure.
Yeah, actually, just giving Black Waltz another turn here is a cool idea. I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah, the reason is, like, if you hit a certain damage value, he will counter with Fyra from everyone but Dagger. And if for some reason the last character that he attacked is KO, he will not do that. So that way we can skip the Fyra.
Yeah, it's a strange, there's a flag in the game's programming. Yeah, Black Waltz 2 is supposed to hit us with that really powerful fire spell, but won't do it if its most recent target is dead. But the problem is Steiner is kind of our main damage dealer in this fight, so if Steiner was that last target, we don't really want to sacrifice him. It's kind of not worth the time it's going to take to knock him out and get him back up, given the lack of damage we're then going to be doing. I actually think, so for reasons that'll be too complicated to get into here, kind of the nightmare version of this fight is, Madelon just literally got the hardest version of this fight that there is, which is Zidane getting targeted turn 1 and Steiner getting targeted turn 2. That's the nightmare fight, and I think actually the choice just to give Black Waltz 2 another turn was extremely smart. I'm not even sure I would have thought of that, actually.
Yeah, but we skipped Fyra, it worked.
Yes, that's the point. You didn't see that giant fire AoE because Madelon had the good sense to kind of give Black Waltz 2 another turn. Black Waltz 2 selected Zidane, and then we can kind of knock Zidane out, skip the counter mechanism, and then the fight's pretty straightforward from there.
Yeah, and now the next Black Waltz is pretty scripted. Like, it's one of these trans fights where they kind of all start with no A to B, which is kind of what makes it scripted, because then the turn order is completely predictable. Because they all start feeling, well, like the one character gets his first trans, basically. And in this case, we do one attack to make sure that the Black Waltz uses his first turn to go up into the air, rather than do scary stuff. And after that, we can just use Fire or Thunder Sword with Steiner and Custom Fires with Vivi for the damage.
Yeah, this is one of those fights that, if executed correctly, should go the exact same way every single time. The only variable is whether we high roll enough, so that Vivi only needs to do 3 fire casts instead of 4, and that's actually a big deal. Because if you skip that 4th fire cast, then Vivi won't detrance, and the detrance animation is very slow, so believe it or not, that is a difference of 20 seconds or so. These rolls have been looking pretty high to me. I think we're going to get it. Thunder Sword is. Ooh, the 240, I jinxed it. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. Usually you still need to do the last fire and you still get the
I think if that had been anything other than a 240, it was going to skip. That's unfortunate. One thing that's sort of famously said about FF9, and it's definitely true, is there is a ton of RNG in this speedrun. And that includes damage rolls. Early in the game, most characters have 3 or 4 damage rolls that they can select from, and the difference between a low and a high roll can matter quite a bit in certain fights. Later in the game, damage rolls can become very, very variable. Not as variable, like, I'm familiar, I've recently been learning to run FF4, and FF4 is a crazy game, because, like, you can have a character attack for 100, and then on their next attack they do, like, 500. It's, like, a huge swing. It's not that crazy in FF9, but it can go up and down enough so that it affects the outcome of your fight. I'm ruining everything. Story checks out.
Okay, we sell the eaters, opinion, and some stuff I want to synthesize as well.
Yeah, so
Steepled heads are the second half of the cotton rope trick, basically.
Exactly.
The second ingredient.
We're getting some stuff for that. The steepled hats for the cotton rope trick, and some other stuff that we actually want for equipment, not for manipulating capitalism.
Yeah, we got the ogre as a weapon for Zidane, a weapon upgrade. Some yellow scarves, and a few other things. I guess yellow scarf is the one that learns. Do you know by heart which ones learns what? Like a lot of them are.
Yellow scarf gives you bird killer, I think.
I think so.
It also this is kind of less transparent, but it also gives you a strength bonus in 2 ways. It gives you +2 strength right away when you equip it, but it also increases how much strength you accrue when your characters level up. So it's kind of a low-key thing in the routing for this fight this run rather, is we try to equip a lot of items that improve your strength. This is a very melee-focused speedrun because animations and spells, basically, in this game are very slow. So as much as we can, we try to focus on using our melee characters because their physical attacks are much, much faster. Insofar as we want to do that, we do all sorts of things to try to kind of beef them up and make them swing as hard as they possibly can.
Yeah, interesting. I was less familiar with that aspect of the yellow scar.
Yeah, it's pretty deep nerdy stuff. I've been telling you, I've been working on my own kind of routing for this run, and you get into some pretty crazy math to try to kind of min-max your characters. It gets really interesting.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool system. But yeah, equipment is also, like, it matters for various things, which is also why menuing doing your menus correctly is quite important in this run. So you also learn abilities from your equipment, like for example Bird Killer, which makes you deal more damage to flying enemies. And not just birds, but because it's Bird Killer, sometimes FF9 runners will joke that certain enemies are a bird. Like the Blackwood's fight, the Blackwood's 2, that was a bird because it was flying. So he made sure to already have like Bird Killer equipped on Steiner already for that.
Yeah, it's kind of remarkable. It feels like fully half of the boss fights in this game are birds, quote unquote, right? And a bird is just, anything that's in the air, basically. It's kind of wild.
Yep. We'll have a bird as a final boss.
True. But yeah, sort of the basic melee setup to get to, what is it? I guess like 225% damage of what your normal damage output would be is something like Bird Killer, or there's other ones like Man Eater or Devil Killer or Undead Killer, and these are all different variations on the same ability, which is doing bonus damage on enemy types. But then we combine that later in the run once we get access to it with an ability called MP Attack. And what that does is it spends melee characters' MP to do an additional damage bonus on top of the killer. Those abilities do stack. So by stacking those two things and, having best weapons available and all that, characters even at very low levels can do, by the end of the run, many thousand of damage, which is really nice. It means we don't have to do a lot of or really any grinding in this game. The way this is typically routed, Madelon's only going to have to force 2 random encounters to kill in the entire run. They've already forced one of those back in Evil Forest. The other one's going to be on disc 3. If needed. It may or may not be necessary. It might just happen organically.
Yeah. I kind of like a run where you don't need a lot of grinding and you can just basically go through it. I think it's pretty cool.
It's really cool. It's different from a lot of other, JRPG runs from this era. Like I said, I've been learning FF4, and in that you've got to do 2 different grind sessions, one for Cecil, one for Kane, just to get their levels up so they can survive the boss fights. So here the big test is gonna be to make sure we kill the Moo. That Zidane doesn't go down here. I'm sure Madelon will do great with that. Oh no. Oh no. I'm doing the joke.
I mean, it is joke day.
I believe this is our final scripted fight where actually you just wanna knock out Zidane and move on. That's the hunt segment, and we don't want to be 12 minutes fighting various beasts. We just kind of want to move on with the story.
I think it even makes, look at this way, it just makes Freya win the Coral Ring, and we kind of like the Coral Ring anyway. Coral Ring gives Thunder immunity, and you can learn Man Eater from it, I believe.
Correct.
Sell those cotton ropes for profit.
Get rich quick here.
And basically some restorative items for when we need those. Also picked up another tent. I've picked up a few tents basically because they have a 50% chance to have a snake on them within them if you throw them in battle, which causes those status ailments. So there will be a boss where we try to throw them in the hopes that there's a snake in one of our tents in order to cast silence and blind on it.
Yeah, I feel like I'm sure you've experienced this, Madelon. That's one of those things where when people come in and watch the run for the first time, it's like one of the things they're most surprised to learn is that you can throw a tent as an offensive tactic and it works on certain enemies. Giza Maluk's the only boss that we're gonna use that strategy against in this run, but it's pretty vital to do it because Giza Maluk can really wallop you, and you really need to find a way to cut it down to size. And the tent, hopefully one of the 3 tents that Madelon has collected will do that for us.
Yeah, it's a 50% chance each time, so it's like a 7 and 8 chance that we'll have at least one successful tent throw. So most likely it will work, but sometimes it won't. And then we have to play much more defensively because if it can still cast its spells and hit all its attacks, then it will be a more dangerous enemy.
So before we get to Giza Maluk, really the other... It's funny, Disc 1 has 3 run killers which we've been through 2 of them. We've gotten through Sea Lion, we've gotten through Black Waltz 2, and Gizamuluk's really the final one. And then I'd argue, it's not that everything's just automatically safe, but the run gets, like, there aren't any huge run killers for quite a while after that. You could say, like, even getting into, like, Disc 3, Disc 4. But Gizamuluk's definitely kind of the final one of the triumvirate that can really ruin your day if you're not careful. But first we got a couple scripted fights here against Black Waltzes. This will help us get some experience in AP.
Yeah. Right now Freya also has the level up equipped that she will get a bit more experience from this, which is also why I do want her to get that experience, so I will potion for a little bit for safety as well to make it more likely that she survives these battles here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one interesting fact about this run is boss fights in this game, which it's true for a lot of Final Fantasy, don't give you experience. They give you AP, and AP or ability points help you learn abilities, but they don't give you experience. So the number of fights you actually kill in this game that do give you experience is like vanishingly small. So like little segments like this where you're gonna fight some scripted black mages are actually really important because they're one of our few opportunities to gain some levels.
Yeah, Zidane should be faster than these black mages, so you can way trick them if you see that they get a first turn while Zidane already has full, that you can make him do 2 turns in a go. So again,
Yep.
There was manipulating the HP a little bit to make sure Zidane gets his attack in before the black mage got a second turn.
Yeah, the way I always try to explain it is even though you can't see them, the enemies have ATB bars too. And we experienced runners kind of know where those bars are, and it's not hard. Once an enemy takes a turn, their ATB bar is 0. So if you open a submenu, basically, that'll freeze all time and all ATB accrual. So if you open a submenu while Zidane is doing a first attack and kind of freeze everyone's ATB, wait for the attack to complete, and then release time, like Madelon said, Zidane's faster than those black mages, so Zidane's gonna take a second turn. We're gonna steal a turn there.
Yeah, also bird killer now on both Freya and Zidane, because this enemy flies, it's a bird.
It's a water bird, as we call it. So yeah, Gizamuluk only has 2 abilities. It's got a bunch of counters it can do as well, but it's got a physical attack and it's got a water spell. We're gonna start throwing tents. The tents will hopefully inflict darkness and silence. The silence will mean it cannot use a water spell. The darkness will mean that its physical attack is gonna miss more often than not, so that's the strat.
Yes, it has a snake. The very first one. Nice.
Sick. Let's go. So as you saw there with Gizamuluk hitting Vivi, blind is not anywhere near 100% effective. Gizamuluk somewhat notoriously can still hit your characters. And you saw a can't cast notification there. What that means is that Gizamuluk tried to cast water, found out, oh, 2 in a row, beautiful. Found out that it's silenced and it can't cast water, and so nothing happens. You just get that can't cast notification. And that's awesome because it's really fast. You don't have to sit through these physical attack animations. You just get the can't cast, and it goes away in half a second, and the fight keeps going. So this is going. I'm gonna jinx it again. This is going really nice right now.
Right now, Giza is behaving perfectly, just missing everything.
This is about as good as this fight can go. This is pretty glorious.
Perfect.
Another can't cast. Oh my word.
We only got like a little bit of damage on Vivi, and that's it.
That's one of the that's a top decile. That's like a top 5% Gizamuluk fight. That's crazy. Let's go.
Yep. Maybe we're getting some good luck from Kitty.
It can
Yes,
it can be
Kitty. Did you give us good luck?
good job, Kitty. Oh my gosh, hello.
Well, she wants attention, of course. She wants to be rewarded for bringing the good luck.
We're gonna need to add a third row there for who's running and on commentary. So that's great. Madelon can breathe a little easier now, just because, like I said, I that's kind of the final like hold your breath kind of fight for quite a while, actually. Not to say anything's free, but the scariest ones for a while anyway are behind us. Thank you for the good luck. Hi, everyone.
Yeah, right now we're in a section where basically the party is split. We have like Zidane, Freya, and Vivi going one way, and like we had a little section in which like not a lot happened with Steiner and Dagger.
Yeah, it's. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Actually getting a random encounter. Oh no.
Did you get? Oh my god, you did. That's like a 3% on PC, and you got the rarer one because you didn't even get all the way to the end of the screen.
Yeah, and I don't have the flee ability equipped right now, so I'm just going to quickly.
Yeah, so this is a common strat on PC. There's an autosave function on PC. So early in the game, there are a few screens we might run through where Zidane doesn't have flee equipped yet, and we don't have an easy way to get out of the fight. And it's just faster to reset the game and take the autosave than it is to try and kill or get out of the fight. You know, it's not always like, it's like when I learned this as a new runner, I was like, oh, that's kind of surprising, but it's just really fast to do it that way. But yeah, I think that was like a 1% encounter check, if I'm not mistaken. So we're getting some really good luck with the boss fights, but some pretty strange encounter luck so far.
Yeah, it's also like it's one screen, so you don't really like. Right now we haven't learned flee yet, and we're not going to equip the equipment the dagger that gives you flee just for this one random encounter chance on this one screen.
Totally, it's not worth the time it takes to open the menu. It's like a 3% chance of getting any encounter, I believe, on that screen. So we just got very, very unlucky there, unfortunately. Yeah, I was curious if you're going to pick up BB there. You can play that either way.
Yeah, I still like to have the wall for the experience, but it's Vivi is less crucial than the others, so like it wouldn't have been an issue if he wasn't alive.
Like we've been saying, this is a very melee-oriented speedrun, so typically we're not worried about levels for characters like Vivi or Quina or Aiko, because they're not going to be part of our kind of, you know, our final form party, if you will. They're not going to be involved when it comes to the higher stakes fights. So we don't mind kind of giving, and in fact, of course, we try to give as much experience as we can to the melee characters who we're going to use.
Yeah, this time I did equip the Mage Measure to have flee available in case we do get random encounters. Because now it's a little bit more screen, so a little bit more risk.
Yep. Especially this outside screen, that's kind of the one screen where there's a decent shot. This one out here, this is where you might get an encounter if you're going to get one most of the time. And we have to run through it, I believe, 3 times, so there is some decent risk there. So I'm chatting about the best NPC in the game. I'm trying to think who... Oh, it's, what's the Moogle Traveler's name?
Stiltskin?
Stiltskin, yeah, I vote Stiltskin.
Stiltskin is nice, yeah. We do have to wave at the bolt though. I know Hamfruit Cake likes the bolt. We need to wave at him when we see him.
Heard. Everyone's got their little. I feel like many runners have their own little like rituals or traditions they will do. Our friend ceaselessly, she will always pet the cat in Dolly that you run by every time.
Oh yeah.
I never do that, but I have my weird things I do too. Like in Terra, when you control Aiko, I always insist on. There's a screen where Vivi is chatting up one of the Terrans. And I always insist on like running in between them, even though it's kind of annoying to do on PC with Aiko. It's just my own little ritual. I don't even know why.
Okay, this time no random encounters, it seems.
Ooh, Bobby Corwin is a good shout, Nikki.
Yeah, Bobby Corwin. We won't get to see Bobby Corwin because of Cutscene Remover, unfortunately.
Oh.
But I do like Bobby Corwin. That's a good one.
And in case anyone doesn't know, Bobby Corwin's kind of a joke because sort of the is because if you shorten Bobby Corwin, you get Boko, and Boko's kind of like the the famous Chocobo name.
Yeah, it's a little chocobo indeed in Black Mage Village. That's 3. So in this boss fight, we want to survive 10 attacks from Beatrix, basically. And after that, the fight will automatically end. So we survived 3 attacks so far. And if I can, I might be trying to jump over the last 2 of them. That's 4 attacks.
Yeah, so we've got a couple tricks up our sleeve here. One is that Zidane's got Coral Ring on. And Zidane is also that is an unfortunate damage roll on that melee attack. And Zidane's also set up via the Protect Girls ability to cover Freya here when Freya's health is below half, which it is. So 2 out of 3 times if Beatrix uses Thunder Slash, Zidane's going to eat that up for breakfast and regain some HP. Our other trick, which depending on what Beatrix does in the next turn or 2 here, is jumping over some attacks. I think Madelon's just going to go for the safe strat and not worried about jumping here, which in a marathon setting, I totally understand.
I'm jumping.
Oh, you're jumping. I lost count. I was talking, so I lost count. Right. Oh, right. Yes. Because you had Vivi down on turn 7. I was like, oh, they're not picking up Vivi. I don't think they're. And then I realized that, of course, it's turn 7. That makes sense. Well done. Very straightforward.
Yes. Like at that turn, if Vivi is down, you know because of Protect Girls that it will be fine.
Very clean, and we're through disc 1. GG. Let's go.
Yeah, maybe to explain, like this jumping only works if the other characters are KO. So you like if you want to jump over attacks 9 and 10, you do want the other 2 characters down. So that's also why you don't pick up Vivi at that point. And like Suicide Sedan at the end.
Yep. Like I mentioned, the enemies have invisible ATB bars. What's happening there is while Freya's in the air, Beatrix's ATB is accruing. She's trying to take a turn, but she can't because there's no one there to attack. So her ATB just refreshes. It happens again while Freya's still in the air, and Beatrix, I believe, is maximum speed. So her ATB refreshes really, really quickly. So she checks for an attack twice. She can't do an attack twice, but that still counts as turn 9 and 10. And then the fight is over, and that's faster because 2 out of her 3 attacks, Thunder Slash and Shock, are very slow animations and kind of annoying, so it's faster to jump over them. Part-time worker Mary and Jeff, true. A lot of us joke during that scene about whether Mary and Jeff have found love, because there's some RNG about whether Mary and Jeff will be facing each other when Mary runs over to Jeff. More often than not, they're not facing each other, and we say that they haven't found love. I didn't actually see what happened there. Nice miss, Marcus. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention to whether they found love.
I totally forgot to look.
Yeah, this is Black Waltz 3.2. He is in a less good shape now. He is actually not going to kill us anyway, because like he won't actually, like he's there to kidnap Dagger basically, so he won't actually kill Dagger, so like unless you deliberately die to, you won't lose this fight ever anyway. So we just attack until we win. And even if like Dagger's the only one alive, he will even start cracking where he deals damage to himself. Yes, Kitty, are you back?
I actually killed a run on that fight once because I was trying to knock out Marcus with Dagger, but I had lost track of turn order. So the Black Waltz killed Marcus before I could, and then Dagger just knocked herself out and my run died.
Yeah, so it is possible to die, but you kinda have to do it yourself.
If you're a dummy like me, you can manage to kill a run there, but otherwise it's pretty hard to do. And yes, we are running Kitty %.
Yes.
In case it was unclear. So we're heading to Trino. We're heading for what I would argue might actually be the trickiest low-key boss fight on all of Disc 2. Which is going to be the first Ralv fight. I always forget which one. I was confused which one is Ralvuraha and which one is Ralvumago or whatever. So I just say the first Ralv because I don't know which one. But it can be a slightly tricky fight. What you see Madelon doing here is triggering an ATE. It's the only optional ATE we will trigger in the entire speedrun, and the reason we trigger it is it allows us to talk to the NPC that was in that ATE, as Madelon's doing right now, and they'll hand over a power belt, which is actually an essential item, and if you don't get that power belt right there, that's actually a dead run, or a very difficult run to continue anyway.
Yeah, I think it gives a lot of strength and also like MP attack and counter or so.
Correct. And yeah, Steiner without MP attack in this upcoming fight, that's very unfortunate. Kitty has everything under control. Rava is first, thank you everyone. I love how like mostly what I do stream historically is FF9 speedruns, and like I'm the only person who can't keep straight these bosses are.
A little bit of shopping again, basically like for various characters, some equipment upgrades, not just for the characters that's currently in the party, but also once we switch over to the other party, we do want them to have some better equipment as well.
Yeah, routing these split sections where the party is split into two can get pretty tricky, because you're gonna switch between the parties. Right after this boss fight, we're gonna switch from Dagger, Steiner, and Marcus over to Zidane, Freya, and Vivi, and we're not going to get any opportunity to take equipment off of these three before we do that, so we kind of need to have equipment for both groups. We can't like swap items between the two groups, which is pretty annoying.
Yeah, and now putting some nice equipment on Steiner, and indeed like the power belt with the MP attack for the extra damage with costing some MP.
Yeah, Steiner's kind of your glass cannon in the fight. He's going to be doing most of your damage, and you're just kind of hoping that Ralv leaves him alone for the most part.
Yeah, the other two will be there to revive each other when they go down and such.
It's kind of I always refer to this boss fight as kind of a trap for speedrunners, because you always you kind of want to, you want to push the limit and make it go as fast as it can, but early on in the first couple rounds, if someone goes down, the safe and sensible thing to do is just to pick them up rather than going for bonus chip damage, because Ralph can make the fight actually very difficult if you only have two party members up. That can actually get stuck in a cycle where you basically are going to be, you can't win, you'll die. So just keeping all three up early in the fight is going to be the way to go here. And Ralph doesn't have any AoEs except for Knight, but Knight is only triggered in conditions that we don't typically expect to see in this run. Nice preempt with Steiner, we love that. Low roll, but that's okay.
Yeah.
So basically the formula for this fight is we need 4 Steiner attacks plus some health. So we got 2 of those Steiner attacks in. We haven't gotten any health there yet. Steiner's gonna go for number 3 right now.
Yeah, it's also like you typically don't want to over damage because he will flee after he's done enough damage.
Yeah, this is a scripted flee fight, but in scripted fights, the game will let you keep attacking until you stop, so you kind of need to know where you are vis-a-vis the damage threshold to make sure you're not throwing in extra attacks for no reason. And the way this is played out, we'll just go for a 5th swing with Steiner here, and that'll end the fight.
Yeah. Like this should be it.
Yep.
Yep.
Easy. Very straightforward. And if you're too safe, Night happens. There is that. If you manage to keep people up, and they both have poison, that is what will trigger Night. And that I don't think I've ever had that happen to me in a run, but I have. Because it's so rare in this speedrun, and like whenever it happens, people are like very confused for a moment. They're like, "What?"
Yeah. Yeah, I've never had it happen to me.
It's really hard because basically it's only going to happen if, right? Because Valve one-shots the other 2, so they can't stay alive with poison because they're just going to die. They're going to get one-shot. But if you're over-leveled and they survive the fizz attack, that's where it can happen.
I feel like your mic has been clouding up slightly.
Oh, really? Okay, hang on, sorry.
But yeah, basically just picked up another chest with some equipment, and now basically just the equipment managed to get all the good stuff that we've gotten so far on our party members. And make sure that also Freya now has Man-Eater, because there will be some like human and humanoid characters we're fighting soon. Making our way to Clara. And then there's these holes. If you fall into them, like you should theoretically, if I had better movement, like move in between the first 2 of them. But you can mesh to get out of them. The third one you always need to drop into and just mesh or use turbo to get out of it. Okay. So the cutscene remover will still leave in like the dialogue option, so you still need to make the correct choice to get through it the fastest. So here we have the option to take a guided tour. We don't want the guided tour because that takes time, so we have to answer no there. A little bit of extra equipment. Yeah, I guess for now we've lost Keeper for a bit. We'll see when he's back. Getting a Gazelle Greens there, like, there's a couple of times we need a Chocobo and you need to use a Gazelle Greens to get the Chocobo, so we'll just pick up some where we can get them from a chest or so here and there, and then we should have enough for the few times we need a chocobo.
I'm back. Just let me know if my mic's cutting out again. It's ongoing Discord issues I've been dealing with. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, welcome back.
Do not hesitate to let me know if it's happening again, and I'll jump out and back in again.
Okay, well, you're in time for the next boss fight.
Oh yes, hello Antlion. This is a fairly straightforward fight. The only thing we're hoping doesn't happen here is we're hoping Antlion doesn't take out Vivi, who's this target? Okay, good.
Yeah, Vivi has remained the damage dealer with the Blitzaras. We might get a little bit of help from Freya's Lancers as well. Yeah, the fight should take about 3 Blitzaras basically.
Yep, 3 Blitzaras plus help.
Wonderful.
Oh, alright, that could be worse.
At least later in the fight, most likely we'll get to see Sandstorm.
Yep, I think Sandstorm is going to be automatic after this Blizzara.
Yeah, which just puts everyone in low health, which is fine, because as long as we're alive and we can finish it afterwards.
Yeah, this is going to look really scary, this Sandstorm, but it's not as scary as it seems. It just takes everyone's health to a random number between 1 and 9, I believe, or 1 and 10. Oh, we got 1, 2, 3. How aesthetically nice. The nice thing, too, about the Sandstorm is Antlion's ATB actually slows down after it uses Sandstorm. It's kind of a mechanic they built in because I guess they figured casual players were going to panic when their team HP drops so precipitously. It basically means we can weight trick Antlion quite easily after the Sandstorm if we need to. Typically we don't need to, but if you need a backup plan, that is a thing you can do.
Also, that cutscene with Dagger and her mother is like one of these small examples where the cutscene remover left in a little bit to still make you do the correct dialogue choice.
Yeah, it's a kind of bizarre, not bizarre, but it's kind of a strange feature of this cutscene remove run. Basically, the programming choice that was made is that for any dialogue option, well let me back up. In the speedrun with cutscenes, when you have dialogue options, you obviously want to select the option that is fastest. In other words, the option that produces the smallest amount of dialogue after the selection. In many cases throughout the run, the quote-unquote correct option is the first option. For all cases where the correct option is the first option, those dialogue options have been removed from the cutscene removed run, because it would just be holding turbo anyway, so what's the point? But for any dialogue option where the correct option is option 2 or 3 or whatever, those dialogue options are still in the run, and they become kind of like a medium stakes situation, because normally in the cutscene included run, if you will, the difference between dialogue option 1 and 2 might be one takes 5 seconds and the other one takes 6 seconds. So even if you get it wrong, it's not a big difference. But in the cutscene remove version, if you get the dialogue option quote unquote wrong, you then have to sit through all the follow-up dialogue. It's not been removed. So it actually becomes quite punishing. So you have to be a little bit careful with those.
Okay, it's good that we're not low rolling with Zidane. I keep taking the chance because Vivi's normally you can also play it safe by first having Vivi attack in case Zidane under damage, so Zidane immediately finishes it. And so far ATB of Vivi was low enough that I was just taking the risk, but there's a risk of Zidane under damaging and then the soldier actually flee and you don't get the experience.
Exactly, yeah, these soldiers are programmed to flee if their health falls below, I believe, it's either 10 or 20%, but they haven't been killed, and it just happens to be the case that, we've made Zidane as strong as we can, but early in this invasion segment where we've just got all the Alexandria soldiers coming for the clearance and such, some of Zidane's damage rolls fall below their HP total, and some of his damage rolls are above and will kill. But if he gets one of the damage rolls that's below their HP, then they're just going to run away, and we're going to lose that experience, which we can give away a little bit of experience in this segment, but not too much. Basically, if 2 or more soldiers escape, which the risk is decreasing because now Zidane and Freya have leveled up through those first 3 fights. If you have a bunch of soldiers escape, though, you might have to knock out Vivi 1 or more times just to get extra experience over to Freya and Zidane. But that won't be an issue here.
Yeah, like the risks I took paid out because it worked out. We had no fleas.
Yeah, and basically, like you said, you want to take the chance. If Zidane's got a bit, full ATB, you want to take the chance because you're, in addition to killing, you're gonna skip the turns that they would have otherwise taken if you had waited for a VV to come around. So it just makes the most sense to take that risk because it's relatively low stakes. If they escape, they escape.
Yeah, and other than that, you want to prioritize characters that don't have gotten their turn yet. In the there's quite a sequence of these soldier fights right now, and you tend to want to prioritize ones that didn't have a turn yet, so like they don't ever get a turn, and you don't have to sit through that and take that damage. And we will prioritize black mages over like regular soldiers because these spells are like less nice to see than just a regular soldier attack.
Right, animations are the enemy in this game for speedrunning purposes. And yeah, like Madelon said, there's a lot of interesting little like mini puzzles in these fights, just kind of based on your opening ATB, more or less, and which enemies do or don't take turns. I think a lot of runners probably find this to be one of the more enjoyable segments of the run, just because it's a lot of fights in a row. You're making a lot of quick decisions. For me, I would say it's probably the most fun part of the run, other than Disc 4, which is just a crazy fun boss rush. This has been going swimmingly so far. We're doing a little bit of an equipment change-up midway through the invasion segment, just for AP routing, mainly. Freya and Zidane have now learned some abilities like Man-Eater, so we're going to put on some other equipment to help them start learning some other abilities, because the routing in this run's pretty tight. You need them to learn the abilities that they're going to need, especially for Disc 3 and 4, pretty efficiently.
Yeah. I think one of the more complicated things about this run is that you really need to make sure you do your menus correctly, because like if you start missing things like AP and haven't learned certain abilities, then that can get tricky to deal with if you don't know very well what you're doing. So like any beginner runner, you should like really make sure that you do your menus correctly.
Yeah. And it can get especially frenetic trying to figure out backups from mismenuing during a cutscene removed run, because you really don't. In the cutscene included run, you get dialogue breaks to kind of like get your bearings and figure out a plan for how you're going to fix any mistakes you made. But in a cutscene removed run, you don't have the benefit of those breaks, basically. So it can get pretty stressful.
Oh no. I forgot to put my Note laptop on power.
Oh, it needs to be plugged in. This is the good speedrun stuff. This is what happens during runs, these kinds of things.
Okay, everyone's fine.
Oh yeah, you barely lost any time there.
I just got the notification that the battery was getting low on the laptop I use for my notes, and I was like, oh, I do need to fix that.
Yeah, I'm glad it happened after your menu and not before.
Yeah, it was. I usually do that beforehand to make sure it's like already like plugged in, but I just forgot. Apparently, right today.
Classic.
Oh,
I
whoops.
historically have had the same setup as you, where I do have my notes on, or not my notes, but I do have a separate laptop open. Typically, I use that for monitoring chat. And yeah, we did get to see Madelon's awesome white mage outfit.
Yeah, indeed. I have a nice white mage robe. It's very comfy. Yeah, this time we won't like wait it out, this Beatrix fight. We'll actually try to do enough damage that she will end the fight already. If you get out of the danger, we do need to make sure that we keep our characters alive. I don't trust when Vivi will get a turn now.
Yeah, I think PD is the only option there for sure. You could, I guess, because you got the crit, I think Freya would have triggered Cure.
I guess, yeah. Guess we did see it anyway. Yeah, I'm never sure. Like, theoretically, I can do some boss fights better by counting the damage values better than I currently do.
My opinion is that for this fight, worrying about Cure skip is a mistake. It's not that important. Her taking a turn to Cure, like, is kind of a good thing because it means she's not killing your characters, and her Cure spell isn't that strong anyway. So I think it's, you know, if you can skip it, that's great, but like trying to like resequence your characters for the sake of getting that manip is not worth it in my view. And just to be clear, we've been talking, many of the bosses have, I'll call them counter thresholds. It's typically most frequently seen at 50% HP. Beatrix's quote-unquote threshold. It's not really a counter because it basically just controls what she does on her next turn. But when her health falls below half, she's going to cure herself. But if you cause her health to fall below half when she's already queued a turn, she won't cure. She'll just use whatever attack option she had already selected. So if you do it that way, you might skip the cure entirely, and you know, theoretically that makes for the fastest possible fight. But it's not essential.
Okay. A little catering minigame, and now there will be some guards that try to catch us, and we hope we don't are usually, like, I'm not good enough to skip both of them typically, but I hope I get to skip at least one. Yeah, I got by one now. Hopefully not both. Because these fights can actually get quite scary, because like Marcus is not that much help.
Yeah, the first guard fight is actually pretty scary. They can one-shot Marcus, and they can, if you get really unlucky, they can two-shot Steiner. But actually, Bazzara on Marcus, if they're going to take a turn, that's kind of the thing you want to see, because Marcus can actually tank that, because he's got that bandana on, which gives him ice resistance.
Okay. I think if I move my the movement correctly now, I should be able to still avoid the other one. Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, that's kind of like my usual score I'm happy with, because like I tried to go for both, but both is very tricky.
Yeah, we've been discussing some of the differences between PC and PSX. One of the big differences we haven't touched on yet is the hitboxes in PC are much wider. You can you can run to the side of an NPC and think you're free and clear, and then you get stuck because they have this invisible hitbox that's outside of like what you can see of them. So that does make guard skip, as we call it, more difficult on PC, because the guards have pretty wide hitboxes. Like, you really need to be very kind of finely finessing Steiner's movement to skip one, or never mind both. And their pattern formation is random. It's not even predictable, so it's not like movement that you can kind of practice exactly. There is one formation where it's easiest to skip the two of them. That's if the first guard is fast and the second guard is slow. But you're only going to get that formation like 25% of the time or something.
Really want to make the detour for the ice brand, which is a much better sword for Steiner now. I will also really be equipping that.
Imagine remembering to equip the ice brand. Difficulty level impossible. It's one of the most common things I forget to do is I get it, but then I don't put it on, and then I get to Zorn and Thorn, and he's doing whatever 600 damage. It's like,
I feel like that's a mistake that every runner will make at least once. It's one of those. I have done it as well. So yeah, here we basically have to deal enough damage to one of them. And like, then the fight already ends and we don't have to bother with the other one. If we're very lucky, we only need to 3 attacks with our like main 3 characters to deal physical damage. But if not, then like Zorn right now gets meteor powers. We don't like that. Hitting him will like negate that. Even if it's just Vivi with his staff. Which this case wasn't needed, because this case we get the lucky fight.
Yeah, you got the 1825. That's kind of the minimum Steiner roll you need to get to skip the whole meteor segment, if you will. Very nicely done. We're going to go save the princess real quick. I always think it's cute how Zidane's head turns toward the Moogle there as you run by.
Yeah. Okay, another Beatrix fight.
They like to do these fights in trios. We have 3 fights against Steiner. There are 3 Black Waltzes, and now we're getting the 3rd and final Beatrix fight here. Kind of the easiest of the 3, I would probably argue.
Yeah, main damage will come from Steiner, so we really hope that she doesn't hit Steiner, so he actually gets to do his damage.
Yeah, Steiner is just in one of his kind of OP phases in the run right now, where he's just hitting way harder than everyone else. It's kind of interesting. He's gonna nice miss Freya. He's gonna fall behind the other party members over the course of the run, and by the time we get to early disc 4, he's actually going to be doing the least damage of our 4 party members, but then we're going to pick up the Excalibur too, and he is going to once again become our strongest party member. I think we're going to have to sit through a Kira here.
Yep.
Which again is totally fine, not a big deal, not the kind of thing I even try to manip at all.
Well, that should be quite some damage. You actually crit all the Steiner.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Can confirm. A Steiner crit is crazy here, because he just hit for 3,500 damage. That's 2/3 of Beatrix's health in this fight. That's the Steiner crit is just super OP.
And now she's on our side.
Go figure, just like that. That's what we call well-paced character development.
Yeah. Like also in a casual play, you suddenly feel so powerful now that you can control her. Like she was set up as a super powerful character that was always beating you, and now you get to play as her.
It's really cool, but I'm always like, where did all her HP go? You know?
Yeah, that's true.
She just had 6,000 HP and now she has like 700.
Yeah, she clearly has different stats suddenly. But she still feels quite powerful. She can one-shot, with the correct attack, she can one-shot all these beasties that get thrown at her.
Yeah, it's super cool.
Yeah. It's a little bit of equipment changes to make sure, like, the power belt is now on Zidane rather than Steiner, so especially as Steiner will be away for a bit. Also, we gave... oh, wonderful. That's fine. Gave Zidane Beast Killer as well, because we'll have a few beasties on this side as well.
Yep. We're gonna knock out a couple doggos. This is a cat-oriented run, so we don't mind beating up some dogs.
Oh, wonderful. Probably revive Dagger in between fights, because like if she can be alive for like a few of these, that will help on a later fight.
Yeah, it'll help in a couple ways. It'll help her survive Lonnie's first attack when we get there, which is scripted to be on Dagger. It also we need to have her up for Aiko's sake. The way character introductions work in this game is their initial levels are based on certain formulas derived from other characters' levels, and Aiko's intro level is derived in substantial part from Dagger's current level. If Dagger's current level is too low, when we get to the Hilgegar's boss fight, Aiko's going to be in some danger there of getting one shot, and she's actually very essential for that fight, so we don't want that to happen.
I think I just kill one of them first and... Oh no, that's not going to work either then. Oh, wonderful.
Ooh.
Yeah. Not a great fight. I will have to revive Zidane.
Yeah, honestly, the sleep attack is not the worst thing to happen there, just to kind of give you a chance to get back in this. So yeah, we've had some unfortunate misses here. Misses are pretty rare. They're like usually like 3% odds, but we've seen a few here in Disc 2.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, okay.
It's just asleep, it's fine. We don't need Dagger to be awake.
Alright, well, all that good luck you had up until this point just got canceled out. You got all the bad luck out of the way in that one fight, so we're done with it now.
Okay.
Nice. Thank you for being nice. What a good doggo. They really just wanted everyone to take a nap there.
Yep.
So this is actually a somewhat scary fight. If they put Beatrix to sleep here, it's a real, like, you can die situation, because we have no way to wake Beatrix up. The only way you could wake her up is with a fizz attack, but Freya's too strong. Freya's just gonna straight up kill her if you try to do that. I learned that the hard way in one of my first runs. Typically, the best thing you can actually do if they put Beatrix to sleep is jump with Freya so she's out of the fight. And if they use a fizz attack, it's, you know, automatically going to be on Beatrix, and she'll wake up and survive that, and then you can kind of kill them. Now that Steiner's here, the risk goes down substantially. Even if they put Beatrix to sleep, we can kind of take care of things. With Steiner and Freya, there's just a huge difference between having 3 characters in this fight and 2.
Yeah.
Anyway, none of that
have,
came to pass, so yeah.
Yeah. Beatrix could just take care of everything. heal up before this party will encounter another boss fight.
And yeah, this is Ralph Part 2. I still don't know which one is which. It's going to be yet another boss fight on Disc 2 where Vivi's kind of the star. We keep telling you that this is a very melee-oriented run, but it just happens to be, especially in Disc 2, that Vivi can just do so much more damage than everyone else that we do have a lot of Vivi-centric strats rather, in a bunch of these fights, including this one.
Yeah, also I think if you attack with Zidane, like he tends to like curl up and then you can do a lot of damage. So you want to use Zidane's attack as the finisher, but preferably not before.
Yeah, that's the other thing with this fight. That was also true with Antlion, where they'll have counters against physical attacks, but not magic attacks. So that's one more reason to just kind of focus on magic until, as Madelon explained, we do the death blow, if you will.
Yeah, you also have to be careful that it does ultra weight, because then the character that is minied also does a lot less damage. But luckily that hit Dagger, which that's fine. She isn't dealing damage in this fight anyway.
Yep, that's perfect. And she's now, because she's small, she's hiding behind the UI there. You can see her weapon sticking out.
Yeah. But yeah, if it hits one of the others, then she would need to throw a remedy, but we don't care that she's small.
Vivi is the Disc 2 MVP for sure.
I mean, I like that the speedrun still uses Vivi a little bit, because I just really like Vivi.
Yeah,
is a good character.
Yeah, I've only been running this game for a few years, so I don't have like the deepest appreciation of the full history, because I wasn't here for most of the history of this run, but I do know that older routing was much more Vivi-centric, and you would bring Vivi to Disc 4, you would use Vivi against Necron, etc., etc. And kind of, you know, just because like Vivi's spells are the best way to do kind of maximal damage. But, you know, people kind of realized over time there were ways to streamline the run and just focus on melee attacks that were going to make the run a lot faster.
Yep. And right now we still have a character to pick up.
Yes, we
which
do.
We could have picked up a lot sooner. But we're only picking them up now. Like, I think a lot sooner than they just take a cut of the experience without being too much help, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Quinn is a really cool character. Quinn is kind of the blue mage of this Final Fantasy game, but in the speedrun setting, it doesn't really make sense to learn abilities, because of course, like as is the case for blue mage in most Final Fantasy games, you need to learn abilities from enemies, but of course it takes time to force encounters and get abilities. So even though there are some fun abilities we could theoretically get for Quina, it's just too time consuming. The one enemy ability that in some routes Quina could actually learn is Night. There are some enemies in the upcoming area of Fossil Rue where if Quina's mechanism for learning abilities is eating the enemy who knows that ability. Once they've been weakened, there are some flying enemies in here that Quina can eat and learn Night. And what Night does is cast Sleep on all allies and enemies. The strats, this is kind of older routing, but the strats people would use would be to equip Sleep Protection on all your party members, give Quina Night, cast Night. A surprising number of the bosses, including on Disc 4, are vulnerable to sleep. You use Night, you attack them, you use Night again. Basically, they stay asleep for the whole fight. You just kind of win the fight that way. But it's an effective strat, but probably not the most time-efficient strat.
At least there will still be one obligatory fight where we have Quina obligatory in the party, where we hopefully get them to eat something.
True. Good foreshadowing. You'll have to stay tuned to find out which fight that is.
Yeah, here it quite helps to have a little bit more HP on Dagger, that she can survive a little bit, because like she will be the first target for Lani. Lani is here to hunt down Dagger basically, or what an item that Dagger has.
Yep, Lonnie's kind of obsessed, not gonna lie. There is a popular strat you can use in this fight, which is Zidane's Lucky Sevens ability. To simplify, whenever Zidane's HP ends in the number 7, like it does at level 13, Lucky Sevens will kind of come into effect, and then it does 1 of 4 damage rolls. It can do 7 damage, 77 damage, 777 damage, or quad 7 damage. Nice crit. I don't know if you actually needed that, but it's still cool to see. Yeah, I just realized I don't think you needed it, but still a very straightforward fight. And the idea is you just open with Lucky Sevens, and 1 out of 4 times it's going to be an insta-kill on Lonnie. In a Madelon setting, and honestly, I've stopped doing it too. It's just kind of a faster way to, on average, end the fight is just start attacking with Zidane right away. If you use Lucky Sevens and it fails, and most of the time it is going to fail, the fight can get a little hairy. So the safest thing to do is just start swinging.
Yeah, I typically don't go for it either. I just use attacks and blitz our ass. This area is a little bit of a maze to get through. Like, once you've run more often, then you're just so used to it that you kind of automatically go the right way. But like, if you're just learning, it's like constantly looking at notes, where do we need to go now? That's kind of the learning experience of this.
Yeah. That's my least favorite part of learning a speedrun is learning the movement. I've been learning FF4, and it's just there's so many dungeons with so many screens. I get so exhausted of having to look at my notes about where to go next. It's the least fun part of the grind for me.
Yeah, I mean, this one is also like a little bit meant as a maze. Like, there's these different ways the Gargants can go, and you need to like flip switches to make it go the right way.
Yeah, I've heard from a lot of people that they actually... Well, no, it's this segment and then Desert Palace. Those are the 2 places where I've heard from a lot of people that they actually like stopped playing the game for a while because they got so lost.
Yeah, I can imagine. Like, Desert Palace is also quite complicated with like these kind of puzzles, basically, what you need to light.
The one I always think of, you've played FF10, right?
Yes, definitely.
The one I always think of for that is you know, the final cloister, the one with like the roller floors. The first time I played that game, I got so stuck in that cloister, I just like stopped playing for like weeks. I was like, I can't do this, I give up. And, you know, it's funny, this is actually a nice break from Madelon. It's one of the few things that's not removed, like, quote-unquote cutscene-wise, so it's actually a bit of a breather more than most of the rest of the run is.
That is true. It's like a more, like... I guess the Limpo sections have a similar quality to it. That's just a lot of running around, but not a lot of, like, high concentration stuff.
Yeah. And like during like these segments here where the Gargan's taking you around, it's like 20 seconds where you literally don't have to do anything, and that can be nice in a CSR run.
Yeah, this is like a low concentration section indeed.
One thing that is built into this run that we'll see in, I don't know, half an hour or so, is there's a built-in break for quality of life purposes, because there's no longer dialogue breaks that we could use during the speedrun to, you know, hit the restroom, do whatever else. They did put in a 5-minute break right in the middle here that'll give Madelon a chance to kind of relax and stretch and get ready for the gauntlet that is to come.
Yeah, I love that they did that.
Yeah, I think FF9 was one of the first, at least Final Fantasy runs to do that, and then I know that as other CSRs have come online, they've been kind of not copying, but also using that. And it's just, I think it's a very good advancement for like the well-being of the community. There's no reason we need to like kill ourselves for just pointlessness.
Yeah, I like that they've been doing it in other runs as well. Like later on, FF10 introduced it as well.
Yep.
in their cutscene remover.
I don't actually know if FF8 has it. It might, but I don't know.
I'm not sure. I would think a lot of them have it by now, but I'm not sure.
So we're going over to the Choco tracks here. This is, I think, the second of 3 times in the run that we're actually going to call a Chocobo. And we're going to ride the Chocobo around. We kind of got to go back and forth between Conde Petit and eventually Black Mage Village here. So it's just kind of, even though we kind of had to go out of our way to get the Choco there, it's going to be worth it because we need to take it back and forth a few times. It's going to save us time over stutter stepping across the map.
Yeah, indeed. Also, we could skip the very first section of, like, we didn't need to immediately start a step because once it introduces a new continent and has this text, at that point you cannot get encounters yet, so then you can actually afford to normally run, and only after the text disappears I need to start a step. Yeah, that was our first visit.
It's kind of crazy with the cutscenes removed to realize like how little you actually do in this area.
Yeah, you pick up some money, you pick up the diamonds, like...
You talk to Vivi, you get out of here. It's like so funny to compare to like a casual playthrough where they might be in there for, I don't know, an hour and a half before they leave, right?
Yeah. Also, this is like, because it doesn't actually split the screen when you run through, that this one is actually one where you're quite likely to get a random encounter. You kind of need to take the correct path every time. What you think is indicated by the owls flying away, that's the direction you should go in the next one.
I actually don't think I knew that. Or it's just been so long since I had to think about it. I just know which way to go.
I mean, basically, if you just continue going forward, I think you just pick the wrong section anyway.
Right.
That's the correct one anyway, you know, but yeah.
Also, nice no encounter. It's like they're using like gamers' tendencies against them because everyone wants to explore, so everyone's gonna be like, oh, I won't go forward, I'll go the other way.
Devlin, that's what I can sell, and then there's a bit of a longer buy menu.
Yeah, this is one of the trickier shops in the game, actually.
Okay, should be what I need. We also need to do a synthesis shop in the same village, but if you go into the shop right now, you get an extra cutscene. We don't want that. So we actually first forward the story a bit so we can like later enter it without a cutscene.
Oh, the temple is Bavel, thank you. Yeah, I couldn't remember which one it was, thanks. Ooh, smooth little ether pickup there. I don't grab that, but I like that. I've been working on some very tight gill routing stuff, so sometimes there are like pickups like that I don't even know about that could actually help me out.
Yeah, I mean, this one is mostly for having enough ethers for disc 4.
Sure.
But also, I think I'd pick up a lot of chests in general. I think I go for more chests than others just to be very safe on money. And as a result, I basically never run into money issues.
That's super sensible. I'm the exact opposite. I'm a maniac, so I skip every pickup I can. I literally I grit my teeth every time I'm like, I have to do a pickup. I'm like, fine, you know?
Yeah. Also, leaving the chocobo on a very tactical point behind, because we will visit this continent later on again. That way we don't have to like this section of stutter stepping we would have to do anyway. Like if you take the chocobo all the way, then you would have to stutter step to here to get the chocobo again. So you rather leave it on a better point where you can more easily pick it up later.
Yeah, to hear Madelon describe it there, it sounds quite intuitive, but I can report that like when I first started running this game 3 years ago, that's not what people did. People would take the choco all the way. It was only in the last few years that people actually realized, wait a minute, that's not smart. So it's kind of one of those like collective action problems where it's just what everyone does, so no one thinks to challenge it, you know?
Yeah. Like, it's more that I already knew that was the thing to do, and then you think, why would they do that? And then it makes sense if you think about it. But that's also when you're already, like, prompted to already think about it.
So we are, we're continuing to pace through Disc 2 here. This has been, again, I don't want to jinx anything, but it's been pretty smooth overall so far, I have to say. It's been going nicely. Those, that one doggo fight was super annoying, but other than that, it's been very, very straightforward. Largely thanks to Madelon's like pretty flawless execution here. So we've picked up Aiko. You briefly saw her hanging off a limb there, and we are going to head into the Hilgegar's fight.
We do need to make sure everyone has the correct equipment first.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I can see you did get enough levels on Dagger where Aiko is at the level we want. She can still get one shot, but I think it's just one damage roll out of like 7 on one of his 2 fist attacks.
Yeah, I think Dagger was only down for 1 fight during that section, so that's
pretty standard. This fight's going to be a Zidane and Vivi tag team. We're going to kind of sequence them in a certain way. This is one where the gear skip actually is important. Like Beatrix, Hilgegar's has a Kiraga trigger at half health that we really want to avoid because his Kiraga is very powerful and makes the fight a lot longer. So we're going to sequence Vivi and Zidane in a certain way so that basically by the time his half health trigger occurs, Hilgi will have already put in his second turn, and then we'll kill before he gets to his third turn, and he'll never actually get a chance to cure. That's the goal. It's got to go the way we want it to go, but that's the goal here. Dagger dying is fine and expected. It happens pretty much 9 times out of 10 in this fight. Aiko is our main healer for this fight, and Zidane and Vivi are going to do all the damage here. These damage rolls have looked good. It's as long as I'm not even going to say it. This looks like it should be pretty straightforward. Oh, there's that unlucky damage roll on Aiko. It doesn't matter now. It happened earlier, but now it's okay. We shouldn't need any more healing.
Yeah. Yeah, like, Echo dying isn't usual. Like, Dagger dying is perfectly normal, but Echo is the healer and typically wouldn't die, but it's fine. She doesn't need the EP or anything. Like, she is not a permanent character that we're going to use a lot, so this is perfectly fine.
Basically, you treat the casters as disposable in this run.
Yeah, it's really like our final party of physical damage dealer that need to learn stuff, and the casters are like, they have the equipment for the stuff they need right away, and they don't actually need to learn anything long term.
Yep. Yeah, it's funny, like, newer runners, I'll often see, like, Vivi will die in a fight and they'll panic. And it's like, doesn't matter. Vivi doesn't need to learn anything. Everything he needs, he's got on him at the time. But Madelon, we have an important inquiry from chat. The question is, can you do 1,000 jumps?
No.
Me either.
No. I have not done that.
There is a way on PC where you can actually just do it with the auto clicker, if you have the right settings.
Yeah, but like my casual playthrough has always been on like the original version.
Oh, fair.
And like my speedrunning has been on PC, but because there you have the cutscene remover. But like in terms of casual playthrough, I've never actually did like an actual casual playthrough on this version.
Yeah, you know it's funny because this I love this speedrun. I've done this speedrun many hundreds of times. I've only casually played this game twice, ever. Once as a kid, and once, I think, when I was working as a lawyer, I did it. You know, this version is on the iPad or iPhone, whatever device you want as well. So I remember sitting in my office. I used to work as a lawyer at various law firms. I remember just sitting in my office playing FF9 on my tablet when I didn't want to do my work. So that was my second casual playthrough, and those are the only 2 times I've ever played this game casually.
Yeah. I think I only did it twice as well. Like the first time I played it, and then after I finished, I was like, this is a great game, let's play it again. And then it took a long time to pick it up again. And then like I did, when I learned the speedrun, like kind of did the thing where like originally the first time through, I did watch the cutscenes to like get the experience a little bit again. But like after that, it's basically like speedrun struts going through it.
Yep. It's kind of, I was one of the top speedrunners in the American Bar Association. I don't know how you feel about this, Madelon. It's always interesting for me. Like, I think FF9 is a great game. I'm a total Final Fantasy nerd. I don't think I would say FF9 is one of my top 5 Final Fantasy games. But I love the speedrun, just the nature of the speedrun. I'm a very, like, I don't know, mathy person. I have a poker background. The way this run works really appeals to my brain. Even though, but I know other people will speedrun games because it's their favorite game, so it can really vary.
I think like technically my favorite is FF10, but this is my second favorite, and I do fall into the category of like I like this game so much that I figured I need to do a run with it at some point. Fair. So like I was more drawn into the like it being a beloved game for me kind of motivation basically. I still like it's quite a nice run still. It's one of the like more chill runs that I do, I think. Like the combat is so slow that it feels like a fairly chill run.
The combat is much slower than most Final Fantasy games, and I always argue that that's what makes it one of the best speedruns to watch. As you know, Madelon, a lot of the Final Fantasy runs, the combat goes so quickly as a viewer, it's very hard to kind of track what's going on, especially if you don't run the game yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I did FF12 on Monday, like the Zodiac Age as well. Like, fights can go by in seconds. That's the one where combat is extremely fast. So this is kind of the other opposite in that regard.
And because it's fast, like, or slow rather, it's very, like, theatrical. The combination of the fact that it's slow and you have so much RNG where things can go different ways. Other Final Fantasy runs, the boss fights are very scripted. Not the case here because there's so much RNG. I just think like you really like as a viewer of an FF9 speedrun, you can kind of be on the edge of your seat like you're watching a movie, you know? Which I always think is really fun.
Yeah.
Did I ever play FF9 in court? Not that I can recall, and certainly not that I would say publicly.
Yeah, we actually got one of the stropers that you can kill with a soft, and it says too soft to live. Like, it's such a funny text.
It's just so strange.
Yeah, it works on like any type of like more petrified type characters that you can actually kill them with a soft.
Yeah, I think they're called like stone enemies in this game or something. It's such quintessential like Final Fantasy weirdness. So we're into our first of 2 scripted fights here in IFA, and I think that was a 2 encounter IFA, right? So that's pretty standard for PC. Now we have 2 scripted fights. The first against the zombies, and the second against a what's it called? Draco zombie. And that was nice. We didn't get low rolled, so Aiko and BB just kind of killed right away. We didn't need any cleanup from Zidane and Dagger, which is good.
Yeah, we kind of used that like undead get damaged by healing spells, which is also relevant for this one because like if you do life or an elixir on it, this will also immediately die.
Yeah, I mentioned
guess
earlier.
elixir it is.
Oh god, please. All right, elixir it is.
We don't have life with like Echo is dead, so low life.
I mentioned earlier people are always really surprised to learn that you can throw a tent on Giza Maluk. I think the next iteration of that here is people are very surprised to learn that you can one-shot this upcoming boss, Soul Cage, just by throwing an elixir or casting a life spell. Most Final Fantasy games have one boss that's like that, and you just gotta kind of figure out which one it is.
He picked up the Brigandine, which is quite important. It has the ability up ability. Which you put on right away. Makes it faster to learn abilities, and there are some abilities that we still want to learn. So it's quite important to actually have that equipped here. It's also quite important that Zidane survives this next fight. So we do have to be careful of that we don't like have already the life queued up and then Zidane dies and he doesn't get the AP from it and learns this ability up.
Yep.
Starts
and there's
this ability up. Yeah.
I'm sorry. There's real danger here because Soul Cage almost always opens up with level 5 death. Zidane is typically level 15 here. He is level 15, so that will one-shot him. Soul Cage also is deceptively slow with its actions. Like, it'll pause for a second before taking its turn, so you gotta be really sure it's not going before you throw that elixir. There it is. Oh, Mustard Bomb, that's a rare open.
Yeah, that's the one I've used.
Oh, on Aiko it's kind of annoying, though. Because now she can't go.
Guess it's another elixir and yeah.
Yep.
Should be fine. I just probably also pick up the extra run that you won't always pick up in Brumble, and then it should be fine.
Yep. That's the standard backup, yeah. That's right. I think it opens with level 5 death something like 80% of the time, so to see anything else is quite rare.
Yeah, that's not an opening I typically see in it. But that's fine. Everyone was, or Zidane was alive, so everything's good.
Yep, as far as I can tell, the routing's been great. That's actually like, that might be the worst fight in the run to get wrong. If Zidane doesn't have ability up there or whatever, like it's so hard to make up all that AP specifically from Soul Cage.
I mean, I think if I end up like accidentally queuing the life and then when like Zidane dies before it goes off, I would probably just at that point quit out and load the autosave.
100%. It's way faster than having to figure out all those backups. I think typically what it comes down to is you just run around on the HD screen and kill a bunch of ogres, and that's very annoying.
Yeah. Okay. Back to Madelon Serie. Echo's home.
You pronounce that so much better than I do. I'm just gonna let you do that. I've gotten better about, because I'm an ignorant American. Like a lot of us, I used to say like Olivert, which is definitely not how that's pronounced. I've gotten closer to the correct, I think, like kind of French kind of.
Yeah, I would say Olivert.
Olivert, yeah. I give it a little bit of a third syllable, but I just kind of sneak it in there a little, yeah. Yeah, oil vert I do hear quite a bit as well. I don't think that's quite right. All right, so we're gonna fight our friend Amaranth, or our frenemy, Amaranth. This is a bit of a tricky fight. This can be risky, depending. There's a decent amount of RNG with like turn taking counters. We got a counter there, which is awesome. That's like the best possible thing to get at the start of the fight.
Yeah.
Amaranth's got this mechanic where he bounces around. He kind of has different reactions in different places. In this first bounce around in 2 of the 3 places, if you try to attack him, you'll miss and he'll counter you. There's one spot where you can attack him and it'll hit, but his counter is very strong, so it's often, not really worth the risk to do it. We just got a second counter that's sick. This is a great fight. Wow.
Yeah, Zidane was like, I'm very good at countering today.
Yeah.
I'm just going to counter everything.
Very, very nice. That's as clean as an Amaranth fight gets, basically.
Yeah, because like I'm used to like you equip it just in case, but a lot of times it feels like the counter just doesn't happen. And now it just did.
Yeah, the way counters are programmed, if you will, in this game is they're a function of your spirit stat. So here and there we have counter equipped in this routing. Earlier in the game, like right now, because our spirit stat is lower, counter only comes in at like a rate of, 20-25%. Later in the game, Zidane and Steiner will variously have counters equipped, and those will be more like 35 or even 40% because their spirit stats have gotten higher over the course of the run. So for example, against like Nova Dragon, you'll often see some counters come in. And you'll usually, because Amaranth hits you so much at the solo fight, you'll often see maybe one counter, but the chance of any one attack getting countered is actually still quite low.
Let's actually not forget this slight little menu.
Oh my god, I always forget this.
It's very easy to forget. It's one of these small menus, and you just want like Amaranth the Saber and back row, and you like want Zidane healed up because he just did a fight, and if he's not full health for the next fights, that's annoying.
I feel like lately, not that I'm not running this game that much right now, although hopefully I will be again soon, but in recent times when I get here to IFA the second visit, and Zidane does his little, like, did I forget anything? I'm like, yep, yes I did. This thing right here, yeah. So yeah, we are fast coming up on the end of this too here. In terms of the plot, this is kind of our first encounter with Kuja, the big bad. And when you're playing this casually, you kind of think you're gonna fight Kuja for the first time, but he's just like, nah, I got these Mistodons for you to play with, kill them instead. So we're definitely gonna have to do at least 3 fights. The first one will be 2 Mistodons, the second fight will be 1 Mistodon. The third fight that we'll get on the limb can be either 1 or 2, and then there's some RNG as to whether we're gonna get a 4th fight. Oh, low roll as well, lovely. These Mistodons have 1,473 HP. Zidane has 1 damage roll in his bag, that's 1,472 HP, meaning the Mistodon is left with 1 hit point, so you always love to see that.
At least you can just fix that by attacking with a different character.
Yeah, my favorite is to do it with Aiko, because I love to give her a chance to go in and bop him. But often she has to do the life spell, so. My other thing I love to do with her is, again, Smelty Gemini. If she survives the first turn, it's just to send her in on a fizz attack. just to make a point.
Yeah.
So this is the first encounter on the limb. We got 1 Mistodon, which is good. It'll make for a faster fight. And now we're going to keep running down the limb once we've dispatched this Mistodon, and we'll find out whether a kind of bonus Mistodon is going to appear. The community has affectionately named that Mistodon Ralph. So we're going to find out if Ralph's going to bless the run or not. And if you ask me why it's named Ralph, I have no idea.
I don't know.
I don't think anyone knows. It's like one of those apocryphal things.
Now we can enjoy like this fantastic characteristic from the cutscene remover. The break.
All right.
Let's see if we get a nice music.
Oh yeah.
Sure, this works. But yeah, you can sequence through this music. We can also try some other ones. I guess this is one that we don't... yeah. I like how it's designed. I like that they have the oops, I left turbo on button after you just meshed through the last bit.
Yeah, it's a really cute setup. I like it too.
But yeah, a 4-hour run is still like not super short, so that they actually put in like a break. Especially like without cutscene removers, you have basically no downtime. So that they put something like that in again for like the well-being I love it.
Yeah, I think both because the run is shorter and it's got this nice break. They did make some good choices in terms of overall accessibility. It's a pretty, compared to the cutscenes included run, it's a more intense run because you don't have those dialogue breaks that are built in. So I do think it was pretty essential. I'm just gonna run to the restroom real quick, but I'll be right back.
That's also something that's useful for restroom breaks. See what our music it has to offer us. But yeah, this is basically between disc 2 and disc 3. Like, even though on the PC version you technically don't have discs anymore, but like as someone who used to play the version on discs, it is between those two discs. And also it's not only halfway on disc, but also halfway during the run, so it's actually very good timing for it to break. I like it.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Excited for some cards?
I hope I have some good cards. We'll see. It's a lot of RNG, the card game.
Yeah, you've killed a couple encounters along the way. You might have got some nice drops, who knows?
Who knows? I always find out in the moment because I don't pay enough attention to know actually what has been happening in my card situation.
Yeah, there are some runners who always clock like, oh, like this card dropped, that card dropped. I do not even notice.
No, I have no idea what cards we have. Like, I know, of course, then we pick up the 2 cards from the kids in Clara.
Yeah, and often those are
So you at least have those
2 strongest.
Yeah.
All right, part 2. Let's go. Disc 3. We are flying. People always jokingly call Lindblom. Wait, are we in Lindblom right now? No, we're in Alexandria, so never mind. we are going to be in Lindblom. They look very similar. At least in the speedrun, they look kind of similar. But I was going to say Lindblom. We always jokingly refer to as Plot City, and we are in like a very plot-heavy part of the game. This is kind of where the cutscene remover actually shines. You're gonna see in like 10 minutes what would often take close to like, I don't know, 45 minutes in the run if it were to include cutscenes, because it's just a ton of dialogue, a ton of around, fetching things and talking to people to trigger certain things. It's definitely the most boring part of the run, but we cut a ton of it out via the cutscene remover, which is really nice.
Yeah, sometimes strange to see, because it, like, you start as Vivi, suddenly you're Aiko for like 2 seconds, and then you're Zidane. So like, yeah, it's that quick. Like usually, like there's actually stuff happening with Aiko, but lots of it is in the cutscene. So like, it's only the one screen that you run through.
We're so used to it, but if you're a viewer watching this for the first time, it is kind of uncanny. Actually, it's a little weird.
But yeah, now in Treno for the card tournament. Hopefully we have some good cards.
This is you know, when you're trying to like go for a PB or whatever, this is actually a huge kind of inflection point in the run. You can lose many minutes of time if you get unlucky with the cards. You have to do 3 matches. You've got to win the first 2. The third one, it doesn't matter if you win or not, except it's either Rebirth Ring or not. But you've got to win these first 2 to kind of advance the game. So, and like all other dimensions of FF9, there's a ton, as everyone knows, barring in Tetramaster.
Oh well. I don't like how this is going. This is not good.
Not our favorite start.
Yeah, and then we lose a card.
Mm.
That was a bad first match. Like, it did look like I at least started with decent cards, but now I already lost one. And this is the first match. This is supposed to be the easiest one.
I tend to find, because there's RNG, the board layout is also RNG. I tend to find the more crowded boards, like the boards with fewer open spaces, tend to be more difficult to play, and that was definitely a very crowded board. This one's more open, though.
Oh. Yeah, I'm also... So far I've been going first twice in a row.
Yes.
Which is bad, because then you... like, the last turn can matter quite a lot still, and then the opponent gets the last turn.
I can't remember... I've seen it said that going second versus going first, like, adds, like, a 10% chance to your win rate. So like if your odds of winning going first are say 60%, it becomes 70%, and that feels right to me. I can't remember like how that was shown. I don't know if someone came up with a way to quote unquote study that or what, but going first does stink is the point.
I don't have the correct arrows.
Yeah, there's a lot of RNG with your cards, and arrow RNG, big part of that.
Wonderful. This is just the first match that we're still stuck in. Are you actually going to allow to be second? Wonderful.
There's literally 7 dimensions. I think literally maybe segment. And one of the dimensions is like your opponent doesn't have to play well. Sometimes the opponent plays really badly and just doesn't make intelligent decisions. Of course, right now, like our opponent is making like perfect decisions every time.
Finally a win.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Also, I just saw that maybe you mentioned this earlier, but I just noticed that Kitty has been added as a commentator.
I did not see that.
Amazing. Thank you to whoever did that.
Great. She's taking a break from the commentary though.
We all deserve a break. That looks cozy. I need one of those. I swear, your opponents are being so mean today. They're just making the correct move every time.
Yeah. We'll get through there eventually. At least this is the last one that I actually need to win.
Yep, we just gotta find a win here, and then in the third match, it really doesn't matter very much whether we win. It'd be nice, but not a big deal. For those of you who are newer to Tetra, how do I explain this? Basically, each card has 1 attack stat and 2 defense stats. And the letter that you see in slot 2 describes the nature of their attack. So, like, the first number is their attack, typically with these cards, a 1 or a 2. Then M is for magic attack, P is for physical attack. And then the third and fourth numbers are the physical and magical defense stats. And there's our second win. Let's go.
Okay.
Easy. Honestly, that was a little painful, but I've seen much. So it could have been much worse in terms of the game being unkind to us.
Okay, and we get to go second.
Nice. That is a plausible explanation, Axes. So Sid only uses these Oglops. They're all physical cards, so we do want to bring in as many magic cards as we can, because long story short, magic cards do better attacking physical cards. Well, that's not necessarily true, but they do better attacking these physical cards.
This would be a... Yeah, we're taking...
Yeah. Yeah, so there, Madelon could have taken a draw and tried again, but it's kind of just faster to take the loss. It's not worth the time it takes to do another match to try and go for the Rebirth Ring. It just means it means a couple things, but most notably, it does mean our Death Guys fight's going to be a little bit scarier at the start, but that fight is scary either way, so... And just to be clear, the Rebirth Ring that you can win, if you win that third card match, comes with auto life, and the reason auto life is nice is if like you get an unfortunate meteor open with Death Guys, at least Zidane will pick himself back up with the auto life, but it's not super essential. We can get through every fight without the Rebirth Ring. There are people who even make the argument that the Rebirth is bad because auto life animations are slow, and they argue that it prevents you from getting the fastest possible run. I used to be very, very pro Rebirth Ring. These days I'm kind of different.
I still, I will absolutely try to get it, and I like having it, but it's not worth forcing a draw for.
I think that's dead on, yeah.
Because you don't know that you will win the next one either, so, it's a risk if you even get it then. So,
yeah, that's very true. There's kind of like a recursive risk where you keep getting draws. Okay, so we're into our Mistodon section with Steiner and Beatrix. That was actually a great first Mistodon fight. That one can get a little bit hairy if they get first turns. They can do some kind of mean stuff to us. I also should note, Madelon just expertly executed without my even getting quiet to let them concentrate. Probably the most notable and most difficult skip that we do in this game. You can skip the first 2 Mistodon fights. The first one is easy to skip. You just kind of run around the fountain, and the Mistodon that's visible on the screen will chase you the wrong way, and you can get through the screen. The second skip is pixel perfect, basically. You need to line up Steiner at the bottom of that screen, and typically people use Steiner's sword to line up Steiner on the correct pixel, and then move in a certain direction, and you can skip the second fight, or the trigger for the second fight. And Madelon just did that perfectly. That was awesome.
Yeah, and a couple of these Mistodon fights, either with Steiner attacks or they've life from Beatrix because they are undead. Life can actually miss, which is like the first time I learned that I had a life miss, I was like, huh? Is this missing? But it can miss. It's like a 5% chance, I've been told.
You know, it's funny. I've heard 10, but based on my experience, 5 feels more correct to me, actually.
Yeah, it feels rare, but yeah.
Yeah, it does feel more like 5 to me. Obviously, we prefer Steiner swings here over using life because physical attacks are faster than animations, which are just very slow in this game. That said, if Beatrix has a first turn, we'll take it, because the Mistodons also have slow attack. If someone's going to do a slow attack, it might as well be us, because then we kill them.
Yeah, and because this last fight is like a scripted trance fight, we again have like a fixed turn order. Normally you can get the life of Beatrix off to kill the second one before it gets a turn, but if it gets slipped, like the sleep is very unkind right now.
Yeah, this gets really hairy, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is very unlucky.
There's absolutely nothing Madelon can do about this. I think at this point you just swing twice and hope Steiner survives what's coming next here.
Yeah.
Oof, yeah, okay. I think, I don't know, but I think he might have gone down to a Fyra, but we didn't get it, so we're okay.
Yeah, it's not what I like to see, but like at that point, like, yeah.
Honestly, from the moment, it's really bad luck for them both to get put to sleep. It's not a super high hit rate with the sleep status, but it got both of them there, so that was just tremendously unlucky. This is kind of another uncanny part of the CSR, because we're going to run through all these screens with Dagger, and then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to run through the same screens with Zidane.
Yeah.
It's literally,
I mean, Zidane is looking for Dagger, so he has to go the same path.
I just feel like when you're playing it with the cutscenes, you don't realize like how repetitive what you're doing is, you know? Yeah, that was pretty clutch of Steiner to get out of that situation. Honestly, yeah. Once they were both asleep, I was already thinking, man, I think we're gonna have to reset this and load the autosave, but we didn't have to.
Yeah, it looks very scary. Okay, let's not forget to the guard. I feel like that's also a mistake that every runner will at some point make.
True.
Like, the guard opens up the way that you can actually go talk to Sid. And, like, if you have forgotten to speak to the guard, it's like, why aren't they not letting me in? Oh, I forgot the guard.
I didn't actually, when I first started running this, it was a few months before someone told me, like, by the way, you can go talk to that guard, and it's a lot faster than, because, you know, you can go to the conference room, I think, to trigger this cutscene, but by talking to that guard down there, you can instead go like directly upstairs here. and that it's a lot faster.
Yeah. And this section I always remember where to go because suddenly the music changes and then it's like, oh, the dagger losing her voice thing is going on.
Yeah, that is one thing about a cutscene run is you lose a lot of your cues for what to do. Like, often, like, you know, I'll see like where the dialogue's at. I'm like, okay, based on that, like, next I don't have to think about it. But we don't get those cues as much here. So something like, yeah, the music changing can be a nice way to remember. Like, okay, here's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, I guess especially for this because this is the point where like you try to find a cure for Sid being an Oglop, which will backfire and change him into a frog instead. So this is like where you have to gather different potions, and I imagine like that's a lot easier to remember if you actually have the cutscene where they talk about that.
Yeah. The area that always gets me actually is Madelon, sorry. Where I find I'm always relying on the dialogue to like figure out what I'm doing next, and it's just all gone, and I often get myself like spun, like twisted up and confused there.
Yeah. But yeah, especially for any area that you like visit multiple times, then you have to figure out, oh, which visit is it? Like Lindblom, like there's quite some gaps between them, and you visit it multiple times, and it's like, which Lindblom visit is it?
I'll get that mixed up at Conde Petit a lot, right? Because in one case you run the same way, and then you run over to the, I don't know, the wizard-looking person, and then the other you kind of run down and you grab the diamond and you talk to Vivi, and I get them mixed up like all the time, and I go try to talk to that guy. He's like, "What are you talking to?" I don't actually know. Like, wrong visit.
Yeah. Also, while we are doing this, like, a fetch quest to get these potions to try to cure Sid, we also bought quite another important item. We bought the coral sword there in the shop, which is a sword for Steiner, and it's how he can learn the charge ability. And charge is an ability that a technique he can use to make everyone that is in low health attack. And that is both useful because it can make multiple characters attack at once, like get multiple turns in the way for your turn in that way. But also if characters attack through the charge ability, they won't trigger counters the way a usual attack would.
Yep.
So both of these things will be quite important to have. It's very crucial for late game to have that, and so we really need that coral sword to learn him that ability.
Yeah, we basically cannot get through Kraken, Transkuja, or Necron without charge. The other fights you can kind of get your way through. It's nice to have charge, but it's not essential. But those three fights without charge are somewhere between difficult and impossible. So yeah, the coral sword's absolutely huge. Hopefully that's the first and only time we'll be buying it today. Every runner has made the Disc 4 trip of shame back to Lindblom to buy it for a second time when they learned that they did not get all done it. So
yeah, like I had to learn that the hard way, that there's some things that can go wrong with that.
Yep.
Like,
one of those
I think what happened to me is that I accidentally had the diamond sword on Valia Pira, which can easily happen because that's not something you're typically have in your inventory at some point. So then the optimize gives you the wrong weapon and not the coral sword, and then you don't learn it, and then later on you figure out, oh shit, I don't have charge.
Yep. So typically what happens is against Arc, you get some crits or you get a trance and you kill really fast. So our strat against Arc is to throw a bunch of weapons at Arc with Amaranth, and the diamond sword is the third thing that you throw. But if you kill early, you never throw it, and then it optimizes onto Steiner and it messes up your charge learning.
Yeah, you really need the coral sword enough on you for certain fights to really learn that charge.
Yep.
And you sell it later on, because like later on it's not a good weapon to necessarily have equipped. Also, time to wave at the bolt. But yeah, since then I also have just in my notes have it like indicated as something I have to equip. The way it works in my notes, I kind of have this boldface on the things that you need to manually do. And even though usually it already optimizes, the coral sword there I want to double check because it's really bad to not learn charge.
It's awful. It's going back to Lindblom, like when you're like all geared up to go fight Nova and start Disc 4, it's so painful. Yeah, I have lots of little notes in my notes as well, mostly, referring to mistakes I've made in the past. Don't do this, don't do Y, and usually I'll use like a 4-letter word or two to insult myself. Like, don't do this.
Yeah.
Which is always funny, like sometimes people will ask me to share my notes, and like my notes are obviously written at myself, so I have my own strange way of writing things, and then like they'll see all these like mean notes to myself. They'll be like, what the hell is this?
Oh, wonderful. We got to see one of the forest encounters.
Oh my gosh, we have been ragtimed, folks. The run is truly blessed.
Okay, we're going to try to answer the questions. You should never flee from this, because how much money flee costs depends on how much money you can get from the enemy. And like, if you do the full quest, you can get a lot of money from this.
Pop quiz. I like always get this one wrong.
I don't know this one.
I don't know. I never know.
We're just going to see.
It's always the same question and I never know the answer.
I don't get this often enough to have learned this. And we were wrong.
I was gonna say false too, but I was so worried I'd steer you wrong.
But yeah,
that's
like,
ragtime,
if you get
folks.
this, just answer the question. It's not a big deal if you go answer it wrong, but don't flee. Please don't hurt yourself by fleeing. You will really wreck your wallet that way.
Yeah, I've gotten that probably, I don't know, over the course of my career, quote unquote, running this game at least 10 times. And I think all 10 times I've managed to get the answer wrong. You would think I would learn sooner or later. It's just infrequent enough that I never actually learn.
Yeah. Also, a small visit to Black Mage Village where we could have seen Bobby Corrin if there had been cutscenes.
For shame. They should have left just that one cutscene in, maybe.
Yeah, well, I guess, like, opinions are also going to differ on what is a cute cutscene to live in.
True.
At least it's cool for a marathon to actually see the quiz boss.
Yeah, it's kind of a fun thing to have pop up, actually. And it wasn't even, sometimes like that chocobo parking is pretty tricky in this game, and sometimes like I'll just park way too far away and I'm like, ugh, I deserve this ragtime. But your parking was good. You only had to take like a step or two and you still got it.
Yeah, I think the previous time I got it was there as well.
Yeah,
it's still very rare
the
for
most
me
common
to
place.
get it, but it happened today, I guess. And
Oh, am I cutting out again? I'll be right back.
So for this section, we kind of have to split our party in two. There's a party that's going one way and a party that's leaving behind in the desert palace, basically. And for this party, we also have a chance to... This is a very long screen, so there's quite a big chance to get an encounter here. And depending on what we get, we might even fight it. There it is. So it's normal to get an encounter. It's just such a long screen that it usually happens. Yeah, I'm not going to fight two of them. If it's single hour, it would have been worth fighting, I think, but two is taking a bit of time.
Yeah, it's doable with the preempt. Without the preempt, not only is it time consuming, it's actually a little dangerous. Those guys can hit you pretty hard. But I agree. Like even with the preempt with 2, I would just get out of there. You're very likely gonna get another encounter anyway, so it's just not worth it.
Yeah. We will be crossing that screen 2 more times, and then we want to take at least 1 ogre. But the second, like the last time we go through the screen, we also have Steiner with us again. So then it's the easiest time to go if we really want to go for the double ogre. If we can't find a single one.
Yeah, and the reason we need to kill an ogre somewhere is not so much for the experience. It's actually just for some cleanup AP stuff. Freya, in particular, needs that extra AP to learn a couple things. Sometimes, depending on how the run has gone, Zidane needs the cleanup AP as well. Typically, if you kill some stuff in Aoife, which Madelon did, Z's not going to need the extra AP necessarily. But still, Freya needs it regardless.
Yeah.
The routing for Freya in particular in this run is just so tight. If she misses anything or dies anywhere, her whole build kind of falls apart. So you just have to be really, really careful with her in particular.
Yeah, also that's stutter stepping to the Chocobo spot. There I really was going around the forest because we just saw what can go wrong.
Yeah, I always go around that forest. A lot of people just go straight through. I'm like, nah, thanks. It's not like, it's probably like on average, like taking into account the risk of the ragtime, it's probably on average faster just to go straight through. But for me, just the pain of getting the encounter is not worth it, you know?
Yeah, I like to be safe as well. As well. That was also the last time we saw a Chocobo. We needed a Chocobo ride.
And yeah, that shop is actually a pretty crucial inflection point in the run. Like they've said, Madelon's doing a lot of pickups, so it's not super risky even without an HG1 kill of an ogre. But Gil gets pretty tight right here. We're buying a lot of stuff. It's kind of like a Gil routing checkpoint that you need to clear. Because I'm a madman and skip so many pickups, I'm often left with like literally like less than 100 gil or something like that when I'm done with that shop, and I've bought like 3 high potions or something. Yeah, it's one of those where you can get stuck if you're a little too reckless with your pickups and your escapes and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that shop is pretty much the tight point, and if you're fine there, you're probably going to be fine.
Precisely. And part of the reason it's so tight is we're buying 2 silver forks, and those are really expensive. Those cost, I believe, 7,400 each. And we're not even buying them for Quina to use. We're buying them for Amaranth to throw at Arc. It's just the weapon with the highest attack power stat by far that we have access to at this point. So it's the most damage pretty much any character we have can do against Arc is Amaranth throwing that thing against Arc. There's a big old menu. We're doing a lot of stuff. One of the most important things we're doing is we're equipping everyone with the clear-headed ability. Arc has an attack called Propeller Wind that inflicts Confuse on all 4 of your characters at like a 90% hit rate. So that is pretty much you're dead if you're not protected against Confuse. So we go ahead and protect ourselves against Confuse.
Yeah, late game menus get quite complicated because you need to make sure like the right equipment is on with the right abilities for all the fights.
Yep. Like especially on disc 4, you'll see like between bosses, and really starting now between bosses, like every pre-boss menu is going to be pretty intensive because we're so low level. We don't have a lot of room for error. We've got to put on just the right build on all of our characters to get through the fights.
Picking up the Gaia gear. And then we'll soon have the next boss. This one can be dangerous.
Yes,
Yeah.
it can be dangerous. I was just gonna say it's also just one of the coolest boss fights in the run. It's kind of bizarre. You're just like fighting a spaceship or whatever, but it just visually the angle it's at, it's all very dramatic. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, especially if it does boomerang. That's kind of the scary thing it's gonna do. That deals a lot of damage to all our party.
Yep. What open are we getting? It's not. We don't love that open either, especially without a preempt.
Yeah, not getting a preempt is annoying. Oh, the crit has helped though.
Very nice. Yeah, that'll hopefully guarantee it's a 3-turn fight. High pot on Zidane is definitely correct there, because he's kind of the one who's going to, even irrespective, he has like less HP here, but he also just takes more damage than Freya does in this fight. So even if Freya had less HP than Zidane, it would actually be better to heal Zidane.
So it's immediately made irrelevant. Photon always puts to like 1 HP, so like this is normal that this is happening, but yeah. Guess we're healing him again.
We're definitely going to need to keep an eye on Zidane's transbar here. I don't think he's going to trans in this. Well, he could. Depends what we got, but... Trans can be very good in certain fights and very bad in other fights on disc 3.
Yeah, now we have this nice turn where we are protected from the confuse.
Yep. Diamond sword,
Oh, maybe I
get
should
outta
have.
here.
I probably should have thrown another high potion. Oh well. It doesn't matter.
Oh yes, I think you kill here, yeah. Very well handled. I will flag for both chat and for Madelon. We're gonna have to worry about Zidane's transbar against red dragons. So we're definitely gonna want to try to get a quick soul blade off there.
Okay, the other group. Also, there's a slight mini game going on. It becomes easier if you fail 5 times, but I kind of like to just go for it.
Not me. I'm not as skilled as you.
Well. No!
Oh no!
I was doing
sorry.
so well.
I'm so sorry. Oh.
Oh, you know what? I've failed already 3 times. I think I just go for the easier version now. But I like to show up to I just like to go for the difficult one.
No, and it makes sense, and obviously you are more than capable of doing it, because I think on average it is a little faster if you do it that way.
Yeah, like if you are successful, it's faster to do it just on hard mode, but yeah.
Yep.
I sometimes can do it, but it's tricky.
Yeah, as Madelon was saying, once you fail the minigame 5 times, the hedgehog slows down. The hedgehog pie, excuse me, slows down considerably. It won't do its like super fast turn anymore. It's a lot easier to get through.
But yeah, the half of the party that we left behind has to make their way to the desert palace. It also means that we couldn't just like take our best 4 characters necessarily to the other side, because like we also need to leave some power on this party.
Yep. Yeah, now the problem here is we don't have Zidane, and if we don't have Zidane, we don't have an easy way to flee battles. Thankfully, that tends to be somewhat less of an issue in the PC run because the encounter rate is so much smaller. But depending on a few things, including the runner's preference, typically if we get an encounter here on PC, we're actually just going to reset the game. It's just faster than trying to get a lucky flee or kill most formations.
Yeah, I think what I typically do is like try to like flee the normal way until like the enemy starts doing an attack, and at that point I give up.
That's really smart to me. You give yourself a shot to get lucky, and then once you're sitting through an animation, it's like, okay, why sit through this?
Yeah, exactly. Also, here I do the split screen thing. Like the encounter, like your chances of getting an encounter like increases over time, but you reset the threat rate as if you switch screens. Oh shit! I forgot to light the other one. Let's split screen again. In that case, to kind of minimize my chances to getting encounters. Well, yeah, there's this kind of mini puzzles on the way, and also like the bigger puzzle where you have to light all the relevant candles. For these mini puzzles, you also get these bloodstones that you pick up, which can also affect in different ways the next boss fight. So sometimes you just want the item, sometimes you want the effect on the boss, I think. Sometimes you don't bother for either and you just leave it.
Yeah, there's a ton of different things going on. See, you have to have all the candles lit just to get access to Valley of Pyra. The more things you take, a couple things happen. You reduce certain boosts, but like you actually also take away certain abilities that Valley of Pyra can use. So a lot of runners don't even know this. I actually, to be clear, I didn't know this until I was looking into it recently. But Valley of Pyra has like a freeze spell and like a heat spell, I think Mustard Bomb. But by grabbing, I think by taking away 2 of its boosts, it no longer can use those 2 spells. So we're just kind of disabling a lot of what it can do in a couple different ways. HD runners don't know the pain of flintstoning endlessly in pair of a front of Grimlocks. We do not.
Yeah, also
Alt
there,
F4.
like the Enkai armor, I believe, is what makes Vivi have access to water, which we need for the next fight. And I have made sure that Steiner indeed has the Coral Sword, as well as ability up equipped to help him on his way to learn the charge ability, which we really need. He also equipped the Bird Killer ability because Valley of Pyra is a bird.
Of course. Thanks for the good luck from Sebi. Sebi's the world record holder in this category, and I think just beat his own world record pretty recently.
But yeah, almost through now. The Desert Palace. Here I just quickly light this candle to get this last item. And then we only need the rightmost candle lit on both sides to make the final stairs appear.
Eiko's like one of my favorite characters, so I love like getting the chance to kind of just run around Desert Palace for 5 or 10 minutes with her. It's just nice.
Overall, like the cast is one of the strong points of this game as well. Like,
for sure.
They're just, yeah, they're such good characters. I think Keeper's Chat, like if he streams this game, he even has like command for it or something, like the Valley of Pyra Etsying.
Oh, the emote that was made by our friend Jite Now. another streamer. And it's just it's kind of like the classic essaying emote of someone typing, but it's Valia Pira, because it's just this forever introduction, and it is literally this text in the emote. It's so great.
Yeah, it takes quite a while before you actually can start doing something, because it like checks for all the bloodstones if it's there and what the effect is first.
Valia Pira is a yapper. There's no way around it.
Okay, let's first see what it does, because I want to reflect on all my party members. And we don't have the rebirth ring, so no auto life, so I have to revive the Steiner in that case. Oh, did I misclick there? We'll see. I wanted to do it multi-target, but I'm not sure.
I think you got the multi-target in.
Okay.
Unless I missed something, but it looked multi-target to me. Yeah, that's not the best open, but it's not the worst open. The worst open is if Aiko, or Vivi, but especially Aiko, gets killed, because then you can't even cast your Carbuncle and kind of set up the strat. At least if Dagger is the one going down, we can just pick her up and then start executing our plan here, which is to put Reflect on our whole team, cast Water on our whole team, and bounce that water back onto Valia Pyra.
Yeah, I also need to make sure I hold A to B like by going into the set menu at certain points, because otherwise the Reflect will run out too soon.
Yep, and then we'll just wipe out our own party. There have been several Kitty cameos. I suspect there are more to come, so don't worry.
She's not here right now. I guess she's going for food or whatever. She's quite often around, because she kind of just likes to be near the human. She's that kind of cat.
My cats are definitely those kinds of cats. I have to, when I'm doing something like this, I have to close the door to my room, or they'll just be all over me.
Yeah, she's a very nice kitty.
We've gotten a little bit unlucky with our rolls here. Does this water kill?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Pretty straightforward. Nothing too hairy. Somebody has to look after the human. I don't know about Madelon's cat, but my cats are very much self-interested.
Yeah, I think she mostly wants to keep an eye on me and make sure I'm around before when she needs me or something. Like, I don't think it's as much looking after us, that she just wants to make sure that the human's around when she wants to.
We have a quick menu
okay.
here. This is again just setting up the AP that we need. And yeah, actually Z does have some cleanup to do because he has not learned ability up yet. So in addition to learning some stuff for Freya here, we do need this kill to get Zidane to learn ability up.
Yeah. And if we're taking on an ogre anyway, we might as well have to level up on there as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we need at least one ogre. So we hope to find a single ogre. Let's see if there's some ogre. Yes,
in
exactly.
our area.
I mean, at least getting through it without encounter is also not bad. We can still go next time we get through.
Yeah, the app was not popping there, but we got another shot at it.
Can you just... Okay, it activates, finally.
Oh, I hate that thing. It's one of those things where when I'm running it a lot, I usually don't have an issue, but if I'm a little rusty, like, I forget the movement that gets me the prompt right away.
Okay, let's find that hot single ogre.
Yes.
We'll even take a pair of ogres if we need right now.
We're up for whatever.
We want an ogre. That's not an ogre.
Hey, the Grimlocks. Unfortunate. At least we gotta relatively quickly, well, first physical attack red. They gotta do a little yapping. We're probably far along enough on the screen now that Madelon's gonna need to force this encounter. It's not a huge deal. It's just a small bit of time lost to actually make this happen. Was that the We Will Rock You beat? Kuja's beat does have like something very close to the We Will Rock You percussion. I do think that's an intentional homage. Nobuo Uematsu, famous Final Fantasy composer is very much a kind of classic rock / prog rock fan. So I do think that illusion is intentional.
We have found our single ogre.
Yes, we have. They are hot, they are single, and soon they will be dead. And it is nice that we got it on HG3, because we get to bring in Steiner, and this is our kind of, what I always call our final form party. These are the 4 characters we're going to bring to Disc 4. So to get them a little bit of extra experience is nice along the way.
I lost a bit of stutter stepping.
This is the part in my stream where I always start singing The Boys Are Back in Town, because this is Boys Night.
Yep. Actually, taking on Vivi still a little bit. Vivi still has some fights where he's useful.
Yeah, he's got 2 more things to do. He's got to help us out with the Red Dragons, and then he's got to help us out with Taharka before we kind of tell him his work is done.
Also buying Octagon Rod for Vivi, so he gets the next tier of spells available.
So we're now getting back into the realm of scarier fights. This Red Dragons fight is kind of a kill them before they kill you kind of fight. They're very strong. And we're gonna have a little bit of extra risk here because Z has a very full transbar. And the safest thing to do in this fight is to use Zidane's Soul Blade ability, which will confuse one of the Red Dragons. But the problem is that Zidane's skill abilities go away when he's tranced. So if Zidane gets tranced, we're not going to be able to do that. So it's going to be a little bit hairier than normal. And yeah, like Madelon said, we are now into the section where, we're very low level compared to where the game expects us to be, so we got to build up our characters perfectly. So pretty much before every boss fight, from here on out, we're going to be redoing every character setup just to make sure they're as strong as possible and as protected as possible.
Yeah. Also, the reason why we actually full-on remove one of Emran's armor pieces is we want all experience for this fight to go to Steiner and Zidane. Let's do this. Probably still kill one as fast as possible. Admittedly, Steiner going down is not the greatest. But what I want to say, we want all experience to Steiner and Zidane, so we want to end the fight with Steiner and Zidane alive and Vivi and Emerald down. But yeah, I'm trying to kill one of them now with a Blitzaga plus like an attack from Steiner would work, but a Rising Sun from Emerald should also work.
Yeah, as long as we don't low roll, that's gonna work. What do you get there? 58? Yeah, we should be fine. Easy.
Yeah, we don't have the option to confuse one of them right now, so we'll have to deal with what we get right now.
Twister is what we don't want to see. We'll see how the rolls are. The rolls are super variable here. That's messy.
That's not what we like to see.
No, we can recover this. It's only one dragon. If this were two, this might be, let's just reset territory with one dragon up. Basically, what we're going to hope for is a dive that misses just like that.
This is very bad.
Yeah, that unfortunately, yeah, with the PDs, they only go back to low health, so an AoE is an issue. Normally, we could just get Z up and then Soul Blade, but Z is tranced. This is very, very unfortunate. Nothing Madelon could have done about this.
Yeah, I wonder at what point I should actually just reset this, because it's really going poorly.
It's a close call. Like, you know, you'll eventually get out of this, but it could take a while without the Soul Blade to fall back on. And it also gets to a point of how many Phoenix Downs do you want to burn?
Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely agree with that call. It's probably just simplest. The trans thing is just so unfortunate, specifically in this fight.
Yeah, not having the option to confuse one of them. Because then it's only one of them left if that one is confused, and then it becomes more manageable.
Yeah.
But,
and normally if you see the AoE, you can try to quickly put in the Soul Blade, but Z had no ATB there, so you couldn't even do it if you wanted. Right there, we did manage to throw in the Soul Blade. No trance this time. Okay, so this should be... Does Amaranth survive this? He does not, but that should still be okay. We should still be pretty set up now.
yeah, like Vivi and Steiner are like inputted to kill the other one, so it should be fine.
Yep, so we're gonna have one dragon dead and the other one confused, and that should be fine to kind of set up the fight.
I guess even confused is not completely harmless.
Yeah, that's very annoying.
Yeah,
But the good thing
just
is,
already.
unlike what we saw before, when they're confused, they can't use an AoE. So the worst thing that can happen is they kill one party member. Most of the time they'll miss or they'll just hit themselves. Now as long as the dragon plays ball here, yes it did, we can knock out Vivi, finish it with Steiner. There we go.
The end of trance. Okay.
Of course, I love this run. It's so stupid sometimes.
Okay, we got through. But yeah, this can be a dangerous fight.
Yeah, I mean, you had the worst possible conditions with the trance. That's so rough. So super well handled. I think probably, I mean, one of the biggest complaints I hear, and I think it's pretty much consensus about this game, is just the trance system is so bad.
Yeah, not giving you any control over when it happens and such.
Yep.
Yeah.
What I've heard, I don't know if it's true, but what I've always heard, and it makes sense to me, is that they were kind of overcompensating for FF8, where the limit breaks just became way too powerful. And you can kind of manip, and this is still done on the speedrun, you can kind of manip when you get them and use them and just like run over the game using nothing but limit breaks for periods. So they wanted to like make it less, more random and less controllable, but I think they went too far in the other direction.
Yeah.
Alright, Zorn and Thorn have turned into something much uglier. Nice preempt, you'll have to see it. This is definitely another kill it before it kills us kind of fight. Melty Gemini is pretty strong, but we're also pretty strong at this point.
Especially
so
Steiner.
Yeah, Steiner is swinging really hard at this point, so we kind of just need to survive a couple of rounds and we'll be okay.
Yeah, like if Steiner goes low health, then it might still like be worth considering healing him. But like other than that, like Amaranth dying is fine.
Yep. No, this is very free from here. GG, easy.
There we go.
I was doing a marathon and like Melty opened with a crit on Steiner and just insta-killed him, and I was like, what?
Oh, that's very unfortunate.
It's like, hello?
Yeah. Yeah, I imagine then you just really need to heal him because he didn't do any damage yet, and he's your main damage dealer.
It was just a PD and an elixir, and yeah, reset the fight basically.
We have an airship now.
Hey, look at that. We'll never know how we got it because there's no cutscenes in this game, but it's there.
Yes.
So we are off to
Ibsen's
Is it Ibsen's Castle,
Ibsen's
right?
Castle.
I was gonna say
yeah.
Temple, but it's Castle. Kind of a funny mechanic in here is that well, first of all, Ibsen's Castle is upside down. Canonically, that is because it came from the other world in Final Fantasy IX that we will get to visit soon. Because the castle is upside down, the way attacking works inside is sort of reversed. And the stronger your weapons are, the less damage you do. So actually the thing to do here is use your weakest weapons, your sort of initial equips. This isn't a casual playthrough to actually kill things. In the speedrun, we're not going to need to really worry about that.
I can already see that chest with on the upside down lamp, I guess. There's the maiden prayer that we need to pick up now that we don't have the rebirth ring.
I'm glad you're thinking about it. I wasn't thinking about it. I don't think I've ever actually forgotten to grab it when I needed it, but it feels like something that would be easy to do.
Yeah, because if you do have the rebirth ring, you don't need it. But it's the rebirth ring backup accessory.
Yeah, so basically the reason we need one of those two items is those are both holy elemental aspected items. Freya's final weapon that we're going to equip on her has a holy damage boost. So if you have some other holy aspected equipment on, she starts hitting for quite a bit of damage. And other than Steiner, she's at times our best damage dealer throughout Disc 4 because of that holy boost. If we get the rebirth ring, that's great. If not, what we do is we pick up the maiden prayer here.
Yep. Let's see if we get some heat.
Let's go heat. We're into Taharka. Taharka's got a fun thing where it's vulnerable to the heat status, and Steiner's sword has the heat status added, but it only hits at a 10% rate. So on every Steiner swing, there's a 1 out of 10 chance that Taharka is going to instantly die, basically. So that's what we're hoping to see here. If not, we have other ways to kill it.
Okay, not yet at least, but yeah. Other than that, we'll use Zidane's Soul Blade for poison, and we use Vivi's Varaga to deal damage, so the poison plus fire damage. And in between, we'll try to see if we get heat for a faster fight, but we cannot really rely on it.
Yeah. So that was actually a kind of stressful open that you handled really well. We've been talking about the various differences between PC and PSX. One really important difference that makes the PC run harder is the way ATB accrues. So in the original form of this game, when you switch between characters, all ATB pauses, including enemy ATB. In the PC run, or PC game, version of this game, that's not true. When you switch from Zidane to Freya or Vivi to Steiner or whatever, enemy ATB continues to accrue. And that sounds like, okay, whatever, it only takes, a quarter of a second or whatever to switch. But that quarter of a second, like let's say you need to switch 3 or 4 times to find the character you want, can actually become very meaningful. And like trying to quote unquote sequence your characters with the ATB constantly filling can mean you miss turns, and missing turns in this run is really bad, so it can kind of present some stressful situations.
No heat today.
No heat, but we got through it. Well, it still got to feel a little bit of heat from the Faraga, at least.
Yeah.
Very, very clean. So we're going to run out of here. We're going to... Kind of the whole plot premise of this area is that Amarant wanted to prove to us that he doesn't need us, and that he could find the sort of keystone room with Taharka faster than we could. That proves true, but then when we leave, we're like, hey, Amarant didn't make it out. So after we do this menu, we're going to run back in with Zidane to try and go rescue Amarant and kind of prove to him what the value of friendship is. And this is kind of it for Vivi. The kid's done great, but we're now we're kind of taking off all his equipment because he's put in his work. He's just gonna sit out the rest of this run, and then we're setting up Z and Steiner and Freya for the fights to come here. For Z, that's going to be Earth Guardian. For Freya and Steiner, that's going to be the You Are Not Alone segment.
There we get our maiden prayer.
Love it.
And then we find Amarant. Very small menu on his equipment as well. And then we're out of here.
We are flying, and we are pretty much getting into, like, you know, the brass tacks of this run, where it's just going to be boss after boss after boss. We're gonna do some quick drop-offs here, because plot-wise what's going on is we need to kind of break our party into 4 groups to kind of fight the 4 elemental guardians at the same time. I'm not an authority on this, but my understanding is FF9 was the final Final Fantasy game for PS1. It was made very late in the PS1 cycle. And my understanding is, versus what they wanted to do with this game, they had to cut out a lot of stuff to make it work on the PS1. For example, when you get to Disc 4 in this game, a lot of the areas are blocked off because they just don't have the memory to let you like go to all the areas. My understanding is that they initially intended to make this sequence basically 4 different boss fights with 4 different sets of 2 characters, which would have been really cool, and I think it's such a shame you don't get to do it. Instead, you kind of just get like a little preview. You do the 1 Guardian fight with Zidane and Quina, but you don't get to see the other 3, which I always think is such a shame.
Yeah. I imagine it would have been quite a hassle for a speedrun to make all the parties work, but casually it would have been fun.
Yeah, for sure. It probably would have been a hassle for the speedrun, you're right, but it also maybe would have permitted for some like cool creativity.
That's true.
But yeah, honestly, going into whichever one, like Dagger and Ico fight, that would have been really interesting. Anyway, here's Quina's big moment to shine, hopefully. Preempt is lovely. It's a low roll. The rolls do matter in this fight more than most fights. Nice miss. That's even without the defend. You love to see it. That's 2 low rolls. There's a pretty good chance we're going to need to attack 7 times instead of 6.
Yeah.
Eventually what we're hoping to do here is eat Earth Guardian with Quina. Any enemy that's edible, if you will, can be eaten when their health falls below 25%. If Zidane rolls well, that would be with 6 attacks. Z is really low rolling here, so it's probably going to be 7 attacks.
Yeah, also the way we set up our equipment, that our characters are actually like have reasonable protection against a lot of elements.
Except this one.
Yeah, but at least
nice.
it wasn't
It's on
on
Z,
Quina,
though.
because Quina can get killed by fire, but not by the other elements. Yeah, this should be nothing.
Yep.
Like really, we chose the equipment well, that they won't get hurt by a lot of stuff.
And the defend is doing a lot of work here. Interestingly, unlike other Final Fantasies, defend in this game does 2 things. It lowers the damage you take against physical attacks, but it also increases your evasion. So basically, Earth Guardian's not going to be able to kill Quina with 1 attack, and also there's a good chance that with defend activated, Earth Guardian's going to miss Quina altogether.
Om nom nom.
Delicious. Quina, you did great, friend. Celebrate, you deserve it.
Hi Kitty, did you hear something about food? Oh whoops, I put on the turbo. Oh well. I got distracted by the kitty and had turbo. It didn't matter too much, at least.
That's
for this one.
that's honestly the best reason to miss a dialogue option.
Kitty, that he was doing scary things with getting too close with the keyboard.
Oh boy.
But now it's fine again. Don't go on the keyboard, Kitty.
I mean, Kitty is an official commentator, so...
Yes, you can commentate, but not play the game, Kitty.
This is my personal favorite song in the game, by the way. I think it's so pretty.
Yeah, it's really nice. It sets the atmosphere quite nicely. Like, if you're in the casual playthrough, you're suddenly in this completely foreign world. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, there's like just a sort of a mystery to it, a kind of finality to it. There's a warmth to it, even though it's kind of like cold strumming. It's a really complex little melody. I really love it.
Also, I should be unequipping all the characters that we won't be needing anymore, because we're really going to switch over to our main 4.
Yeah, we're just kind of clearing everyone out, because what you're going to see in, I don't know, 10-15 minutes is the somewhat notorious and infamous Pandemonium Shop, if Kitty lets us do it, where we're going to sell basically every piece of equipment that we don't need for Disc 4 in order to soup up our characters and give them the best possible gear. And basically we're going to sell everything we have just to make sure we're as strong as possible. And it's a very, very long menu. So as part of that, we're stripping our characters of basically our non-essential characters of everything they have on, just to maximize the gil we're going to get from those from that sell menu.
Pick up an angel earring, that's worth some money as well.
Yep, in the upcoming You Are Not Alone segment, Zidane's going to be doing most of our damage in these 3 fights, so we do a quick shop here to get him the Orichalon. I hear it pronounced so many different ways, I don't know how you say it. Whatever it is, the one that starts with an O, that's really strong.
Okay. But the Orichalcon, a nice better weapon
Thank
for
you.
Zidane.
The Orichalcon. I'll say that 10 times and then maybe I'll remember it. Yeah, so that's the screen. I always run between Vivi and that Terran there for some strange reason. And yeah, we also bought that Bistrophoric that Amarant's gonna throw at Amdusius in a moment here.
Pumice piece, power vest. Okay, we're setting up. I have set up for the You Are Not Alone section now.
Definitely a fan favorite. Another one where it's you kind of wish you had the cutscenes just because it's such a dramatic set of scenes, and I know people love to watch them and hear the music, especially.
I will get the You Are Not Alone music.
We will get the music. That's true.
Which is probably my favorite track. It just brings nostalgia that I really love this section of the game.
Yeah, I think the messaging of it is beautiful. I think it's Final Fantasy IX is widely understood to be kind of a quote-unquote love letter to the earlier Final Fantasy games. And I think to kind of bring everything together with that theme of You Are Not Alone makes a lot of sense, because that's really like what these games are all about. Is like, you know, they're not about one person being like the strongest action hero. They're about a group of improbable friends or whatever coming together to do something meaningful. And I think that's a really beautiful message and really gets to the heart of the spirit of these games.
Yep.
Nice little roll, low roll with Z, but we didn't get punished, thankfully, with a counter. Okay, a very polite Amdusius today.
You get the low. Oh no.
We get the counter.
How bad is it actually to miss?
It's usually just AC+. I would just go forward.
Okay.
But I mean, it's up to you. If you'd rather just reset it, that's so valid. Like, but
yeah, I just like I didn't remember how important it was exactly.
I hope I'm not wrong, but usually it just means he doesn't have accuracy plus. I think Devil Killer he gets from equipment. I'll look into it while you're doing this actually.
Okay, we made the decision now. It's probably going to be fine.
Yeah, it's believe me, I've had this happen a million times. It's not going to kill your run regardless.
Okay.
Yeah, so he won't have AC plus. Yeah, it's just AC plus and HP 10. That's totally fine.
Okay. Here we change Steiner to back row, not just to take less damage from this stuff, but also like the text of when Zidane shows up is shorter if you have him in back row. Not on Steiner. Steiner actually has the Coral Wing, so like he absorbs thunder damage right now. But we don't got to see it there.
Yeah, the Abaddon here getting a preempt is kind of annoying. Usually it just gets 1 turn, but now it gets 2, so if it's feeling mean, it could cause us some problems, which it did not do here, thankfully. And now we're into phase 3, which is Shell Dragon, and we're gonna basically be trying to manip the first part of this fight. Dagger won't enter the fight until Zidane is in critical health, or Shell Dragon has taken 5 turns. Oh, do we get the insta-crit? Yeah, let's go.
Yes.
Very nice. So there you saw Madelon was fleeing. Fleeing in this game increases the amount of damage you take. And there, when you have full health, it actually helps you get a critical damage roll. And we got the first try, which is really great. Just accelerates the fight.
Now it's 4 more attacks, and at the end of it, Dagger should be dead.
Not the turn 2 we love, but...
Yeah. Like, it makes it a bit safer if like... Dagger is around a bit longer to help with healing. I still need 2 attacks, and this is too low health.
I would just elixir here. Especially in a marathon setting. If I were feeling crazy, I might just send it anyway, but that's because I'm crazy.
Yeah, then you get the thing where you could have actually gone for it.
Oh, the old smash. That's like the worst outcome. Oy. That's fine. This will let us finish the fight. Earthshake does not hit us very hard here. Yeah, it is a shame Quinna can't just eat it. That would be nice. Alright, so we're through, and we're on to that Pandemonium. In my notes, I just call them the hell menus. We're going to do a bunch of equipment stuff. Then we're going to do a huge shop, sell menu, buy menu. Then we're going to do another equipment menu. I am going to stay pretty quiet during these so Madelon can focus on them without me yapping. Nice. That all looks very clean to me.
Yeah, no, accuracy.
Yep.
You were right
No
about
surprise.
that.
Not a big deal. It's one of those things you'll want to have. Oh, you finished?
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, it's one of those things you want to have in the back of your mind, in particular for Maliris, because you're gonna have to do the jump. Like, you know, like you can't 100% count on ammo's damage before you jump, so you want to like look a little closer. And then Kraken for hitting the tentacles.
Yeah, Maderos is one that I have to already be more careful about now that we don't have the rebirth.
Yeah, so that's one where I could imagine, depending on how things are going, maybe like, you know, taking an extra turn just to make sure you've got the right damage in before you jump. The chance to miss is quite low. It's typically between like 3 and 5%. Although I don't know the evasion rates of all the late game bosses, so it could be a little different depending on the boss. But it's just the stakes are so high. We are scripting these fights in pretty specific ways. So even though the chances are low, it's like if you expect Amarant to hit Malaris and then jump Freya to jump over the final attack, and then Amarant misses, you can end up in a world of hurt. And kind of the same thing with Kraken, where you need to count on killing a tentacle to kind of start phase 2 of the fight. And if Amarant misses and you've kind of sent in the other characters on attacks, they might trigger counters that you don't want to see. There's just a lot of things that can go wrong, even if those chances are low. So odds are it's going to be like you won't even notice the difference, but you know, here and there something will go wrong is basically the deal.
Okay. Fights for the end of Disc 3.
Let's roll. This is where the run gets really fun, in my opinion. Our characters are kind of fully souped up. They're hidden for super strong damage. Steiner's got charge, so we can send in the whole crew sometimes. This is like our crew has kind of reached their final form here. Nice little preempt. Don't mind a claw. Oh, we got the counter. That counter is actually huge. That's going to save a round. That's really nice.
Yep. Good fight.
Without that counter, Silver would have gotten a second turn. Very, very nice. So now we're gonna fight Dad, and we're gonna fight little bro. Steiner takes most of these rolls.
Okay. At least out of
Yeah.
that, it means you can very quickly input all attack if that's what you end up wanting to do.
Yep. And the nice thing to see here for Madelon is all the damage rolls are what we expect. That means the routing's working, we've got everything correctly equipped in terms of, you know, both equipment and abilities. We're seeing the damage rolls we want to see. Which typically at this point in the game are, you know, between, say, 4,500 and like 6,500 damage from all four of them.
Yeah. Now that I had both Freya and Steiner in crit, I decided to already like take advantage of that we have charge now. Making both of them attack.
Love to see a miss here. Wave does miss a lot. Not today. Still, we'll still kill this round, so that's fine. You do want to make sure everyone's up when you kill either Silver Dragon or Garland here, because if someone's down at the end of one of these fights, they're going to be obviously down at the beginning of the next fight. These fights have no breaks in between, no opportunity to pick people up in the menu. So it's not like super risky. Like if you get to Kuja here with only 3 people alive, like you'll still win the fight. It's just slower because you have to spend the time to throw a Phoenix down.
Yeah, overall, like, cards and Kuja aren't too dangerous because they have all single target attacks. So, like, as long as you have at least 3 characters, you already, like, kind of win the action economy that way already.
Yeah, and that way Silver Dragon, the first fight we did, is actually the most dangerous one because it's the only one that actually has AoEs. I'm gonna run to the bathroom during this ultimate cast. The last quote-unquote break here.
Yep. Okay, I lost charge. After this I won't have enough MP anymore for it. But I don't think we will need more anyway.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Like, for this last fight, it actually doesn't matter if some characters are down at the end, because, like, it's just the last fight. You just have to survive it, basically.
Yeah, with some exceptions, in most of these fights now, we don't really care who's up. We do want Zidane to be up for a couple of the Disc 4 bosses, because Zidane's going to be learning HP 20 pretty late in the game here. But other than stuff like that, it kind of doesn't really matter who gets through a fight. It's as long as you survive it.
Yeah, also this fight you don't get AP anyway, because, like, most fights where you don't kill the character, but instead, like, they kind of survive and live on, you don't really get the AP for it. I think the exception being, like, the first time you fight Amaranth, like, you do get AP from that, even though Amaranth is clearly still alive. And we now basically have to make our way out of there, and then we are at the end of the disc.
Alright, so we are ending off Disc 3 here, and Disc 4 is just one long, beautiful boss rush, basically. It's a lot of fun. It's just one of the coolest things in JRPG speedrunning, in my biased opinion.
Yep. Nice boss rush. Okay, first one is already immediately a quite dangerous one, the Nova Dragon. We'll see what the opening is. Like, if we can go for it, I would like to show off Luna, which, like, casts Berserk on everyone. Like, the boss is going to immune for it, but, like, our own characters can get Berserk that way, and then they deal much more damage, but you lose having control over it. I am going for it.
Yep, we've got a Luna fight.
I'm glad we get to show it off. Even if it fails, I want to show it off.
Yeah.
Like, it's risky because you cannot adjust anymore for any bad stuff that happens after.
And we don't have the rebirth ring, so we don't even have a battle plan.
Yeah.
If you have the ring, Freya will get back up. Basically, here, what's going to happen here is we're hoping not to see some bad counters, and we're hoping not to see Shockwave right here. If we don't see Shockwave right here, we're probably fine. Yeah, the counter's predictable. Oh boy. I did this.
Everyone's alive, though.
Sick.
Well, I'm around, not, but...
A Freya tank is pretty rare there. You know why she tanked it? It's because she's over-leveled because Amaranth died.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense, because, like, usually they share the experience there.
Correct. She's over-leveled, so she can actually tank Shockwave. That was kind of nice. These counters are awful, though. My word. Nova's counter rate is only 1 out of 3, but it seems to be countering just about everything right here. Okay, this is going to kill. And on Steiner is not what you want to see.
We're through. We're through. Everything worked
Okay,
out.
I knew it was close. I'm on a slight delay from you, so I was like, I think we're through, but I knew it was close, but I thought we were through.
Yeah. But yeah,
All right.
that is the nice emotional investment of seeing a Luna fight. Like, you just have to see what happens. You're not doing anything, but you're still very invested in seeing what's happening now.
We're just like Chad at that point. We're just watching the show.
Yeah, we typically want to have Zidane in good health in between these boss fights, because we want to make sure that if we get random encounters on the way, that he can flee. The others are better off in crit health, because then they can attack with Steiner's charge. And we kind of expect like a lot of stuff to be lethal anyway, so then like you might as well just keep them in low health. I think I'm still going to cut the screen to just reduce the odds of an encounter for picking up our next.
Oh, you're going
raid
back for it. Nice. Some people just skip it entirely.
Oh, I'm doing it in the wrong. I have to check, because that was the wrong order to do things in the menu, so I have to double check with everyone on this. Yeah, this one is wrong now. Okay, we'll manage to get everything on the correct person. Yeah, this looks correct. Oh, should not forget to do the ability stuff though. No. Yeah, it does say this. Yeah, and he doesn't have body temp. I see. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, he doesn't have body temp. That's a surprise.
Yeah.
I think that might be an equipment thing, but I don't know if you can fix it.
I mean, we can also just risk it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Hopefully, hopefully he just doesn't get it with it. And honestly, if he does, it's not like the worst thing.
Yeah.
It's like the equivalent of just getting one shot anyway, really. Which he will by any of her normal attacks.
Yeah. Malorus does a pretty scary attack, rain swords or something like that, when she dies. So we need to prepare for that and make sure Freya is in the air when that happens, basically. That is going to be our plan. So I need to take care of noting. Here I actually need to count damage, because it's here pretty crucial to know how far you are in the fight.
And we're gonna be swinging 6 times here. About 33 to me.
Yes.
Oh, that's... Ooh.
Oh. Okay.
Good.
Been afraid
Okay.
that the Amaranth attack was a bit too early, but
Yeah, I was just worried he was gonna crit. Honestly, a very clean fight. Especially without the ring, that's about as well as that can go. So yep, this is Malyrus' final attack. Everyone's dead. Game over. But wait, where's Freya? Everyone's favorite victory screen. Just our dead friends on the floor. We are without the rebirth ring, but we are fine. Madelon's a pro.
yeah, in this case I actually also healed up Steiner because I do like Steiner also on Tiamat in case she tries to do anything dangerous to have Steiner also in good health for that.
Yeah, I used to be more reckless. I mostly heal him up now too, especially without the ring. It means Jetfire is gonna wipe everyone except Zidane. So.
Now we also have a better weapon for Amaranth and for Freya. I want to have the Barbet because that has the Dragon Killer ability, and Tiamat is a dragon.
Mm-hmm.
So this way, Freya will do extra damage to dragons. So Freya is kind of going to be your best damage dealer here.
Yeah, Freya is the one who unlocks this fight. She's low-key the most kind of important character in Disc 4 for various reasons throughout the boss rush.
Yeah. One of the most dangerous things Tiamat can do is Jetfire, which is a bunch of damage, so which is why I have two characters in good health. Another thing it can do is float one of my characters, and if a floated character attacks, it gets snorted out of the fight, and you just have, like, it's just completely gone for that fight. So if we see that someone is floated, we definitely need to not attack with that character. Charge is a way around that though.
Here's the Jetfire we did not want to see.
Yeah.
But with 2 up and now 3, we'll be fine. And the nice thing is Tiamat can only use Jetfire once. Once you see it, you won't see it again.
But I guess it does have more tricks up its sleeve.
Yeah, that's the one other thing it can do is Twister. That's super unfortunate. We'll recover from this. It's just gonna be slow. But this is just a bad Tiamat fight. Just really rough RNG. Tiamat's got a huge moveset. It can do lots of things that don't really bother us, but unfortunately it chose to do the 2 things that really do bother us. And now the 3rd thing that really bothers us would absorb strength on Freya. So this is just a very unfortunate fight.
Yeah, like especially on Freya, which was our best damage leader.
Yep. You'd love to see that on Amaranth, but unfortunately there were only 2 people up, so it was 50-50 to be on Freya.
Yeah.
Miss.
I think for a lot of the late game fights, it's like the way you typically approach it is you first see what the boss does, and then you need to be really quickly of making your decision and doing your inputs to make sure that the boss doesn't get multiple turns in a row, and then you again watch what it does before making your next turn. It becomes very turn-based, but you need to take the turn quickly. And you need to make sure that typically like throw Phoenix Downs before you do the charge to make sure that everyone is in your charge. Now we see that the float, so I won't attack with Freya here. She can still participate in the charge, that's fine, but If she attacks, she will be out of the fight.
Yeah, I think even with the absorb strength, we might get through it in this round. Oh, the miss. Love it. No, one more round. Absorb magic is the nicest thing it can do. Tiamat saw a bunch of melee attackers and said, I'll absorb your magic.
Yeah. Okay.
The nice thing is we have 3 in crit, which is the setup we need for Kraken.
Yeah, that's good at least. Like right now it's nice to have Steiner in crits, which isn't always happening for me because if I heal him up for Tiamat, then sometimes he's still in better health at the end of the fight.
Yep, in certain fights you can kind of safely knock him out at the end and kill with someone else, but sometimes that's not possible and you just need to end the fight without him in crit. That Jade Armlet, by the way, you can put on Emerant now to give him body temp.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, I guess that works.
So what would he lose? The Enkai? Yeah, I would definitely do that, because honestly, if he gets the freeze against Kraken, that's super annoying. We are just mowing down these bosses. We've already killed 3 and we've got 5 to go. This is going really well. Tiamat was kind of mean, but we're none worse for the wear. We're just gonna leave Steiner there. He'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I will revive it before the fight.
Oh no, I know. I always just think the image of like running away as your fallen friends are left behind is just very funny.
Yeah.
These elemental bosses we're working our way through, by the way, are a callback, I believe, to Final Fantasy 1. Where they were all kind of part of like the first ever Final Fantasy boss rush or whatever.
They're not like in the same place, but they are these 4 fiends that you fight throughout.
Freeze open is exactly what we want to see. This is the one place where the accuracy plus thing makes us hold our breath for a second. Nice crit. Doesn't really matter. All right, Amaranth did his job. Excellent.
Yeah, with the equipment we have set up, like a lot of characters are protected from this water damage, but not Amaranth. So we pick him up before doing the charge.
Amaranth's kind of the sacrificial lamb of our Disc 4 party, where pretty much anything that goes wrong, he's going to be the one to bear the brunt of it a lot of the time. How are we looking on time? It depends how the fights go, but probably something like 20 minutes. I think we should be just around the predicted estimate, if this goes according to plan.
Yep, same thing again. 3 characters survive the water, and then Amaranth gets to revive Steiner.
Yep,
Makes them charge.
It's pretty formulaic from here, unless, you know, Kraken can mix it up and like throw a fizz attack at Steiner just to keep things interesting. But most of the time, it's just going to be water gun and we do our thing. Nice crit. That should, I think, guarantee that we get out of here next round.
And water guy as usual.
Yeah, we should be out of here. Very clean.
Yeah, I didn't say like him really countering, because like Zidane is still like attacking directly, so he can counter that, but...
Yeah, and unlike Nova, where the counter chance is 1 out of 3, Kraken's counter rate, I believe, is 2 out of 3, so not seeing counters there is really nice and pretty fortunate.
Yeah.
Alright, very well done. Very well handled. 4 down. Right, 4 down? 4 down, 4 to go, yeah. Here on Disc 4.
Yep. We still have the last of the 4 Guardians to go.
Yep. Lich, who's generally speaking the pushover of the bunch. Sometimes Lich can make your day painful, but most of the time it's going to be a pretty straightforward fight. And again, here's where Freya really shines. She can hit for quad 9s against Lich if she high rolls. And she's going to get to swing twice here, so barring something really bad, we won't kill this round without a bunch of crits, but we will kill next round.
And him doing basically nothing in the first turn is also pretty nice.
Yep. Earthshake is one of the more annoying ones. 2 people go down, I always forget which 2. Oh, it's the ones who aren't auto-floating, of course. Oh, Z tanked it anyway. Oh, we're so fine. I believe we kill right here.
Okay.
Very clean. Let's go. Yes, the useful crit that took us from quad 9 damage to quad 9 damage.
Yeah.
To be fair, Freya does have some low rolls that are below quad 9, so we can't tell, but it might have been one of those low rolls that crit, so it actually could have added a little bit of damage.
Something did go strange again in your menus, I believe.
Yeah, there's been something wonky going on. I haven't been able to quite diagnose it. It hasn't been anything major, but it's like one thing is getting put in the wrong place consistently, just like optimize weirdness.
Yeah, I think when I did the optimize wrong in that one menu, it kind of messes up how optimize is functioning right now or something.
Yeah.
So it puts things a bit wonky indeed. Oh, no. No, first optimize and then this. Something like this. I hope that's kind of correct.
Yeah, that basically looks right to me, as long as you've got the abilities you need.
Should be fine.
Alright, so we're gonna run through a couple screens here. A Memoria, and then it's the
super... My Amaranth is really not strong.
He's had a tough day, man. He's ready for a nap. And you know what? Death Guys is gonna give him that nap, actually.
Yeah.
Yes, you've all been hinting at it in chat. It is just about time for Death Guys, kind of the notorious run killer. And in a speedrun that's all about RNG, it's the ultimate RNG. Death Guys is going to open with an ability called Meteor. It's going to do a random amount of damage between 50 and 4,950 in increments of 50. It ignores defense. It ignores any protective abilities you put on. It doesn't matter what you do, you are just subjected to the slot machine that is Death Guys' Meteor. And it's a completely preposterous but fun way to kind of culminate a speedrun. You just kind of hope to survive it, and sometimes you don't. Often what'll happen is you'll have like 1 or 2 people up and you're just trying to recover as best you can and get into the fight. And yeah, we're just gonna... Luckily we're on PC, so worst case scenario, we just hit Alt F4, we try again.
Yeah, I'm so happy with autosave.
Amaranth has like I think like a 15% chance to survive this with this HP.
Yeah, like the fact that he was down on that one fight that would give him most of his experience. Like, he's not too high level right now.
Yeah. On the other hand, again, it does give Freya a better chance at survival with her bonus HP. All right, we're not getting any preempts. Straight into it, folks. Cross your fingers.
Amaranth survives.
No way. Sebi called it. Amazing.
Wonderful.
Kind of a bizarre.
Like, Steiner goes down, but Amaranth survives.
I know.
Who needs
bizarre,
HP?
What a bizarre roll. Yeah, we're super into the fight here. The spin can clear out 3 of them. So then we'll
yeah,
be
but
into
the fact that I've seen Dan and Steiner now in good health again, that's really nice.
I didn't realize you got the elixir on Steiner. Oh my god, we're so in there. Okay,
yeah,
let's go.
I mean, I had 3 characters alive, so...
Yeah, it's so rare, I didn't even realize.
Oh.
Okay, we didn't get punished. DG stole a turn there because
yeah, I did think
because we correctly tried to get in the attack with Amaranth, but it froze Steiner's BTB. That's what happened there. Close is lovely. This is looking great. We are super in there, folks. Famously easy boss.
Oh, I don't remember seeing before the D-Trons on like when he's lying there.
Wait, I've never seen that before. I didn't even know that was a thing.
is apparently a thing. Like, he detrolls because he did the final attack.
I've never seen that before. Incredible.
Like, I think that probably only happens if you suicide at the last, like, with your last front bit.
Of course. I've never seen that. I swear, you learn something new in every... I've done hundreds and hundreds of these things, and you still see something new. It's crazy.
But yeah, I suicided him because I like to have 3 characters in crit going into the final battle.
Yep. Ideally, we love Steiner and crit, but the backup plan is to have Z in crit. And the reason we really need people in crit for this fight is Transkuja has a counter mechanism that triggers beginning at half health. He'll counter stuff with Flare Star, like regular attacks. He'll counter with Flare Star. Flare Star is a pretty... It's not that strong, but because we're low level, it still hits us pretty hard. But it's an AoE, and it can kind of kill us, basically. So instead of doing regular attacks, we're going to use Steiner's charge ability. The more people in crit health, when we charge, the more attacks we get. So that's why we want more people in crit.
Alright, 2 more bosses to go.
Yes. It's been a pretty nice disc 4. Really, it was just Tiamat so far.
Immediately Flare Star.
Oh boy.
This is what we don't like to see.
Very much so.
And we don't have rebirth, so we're just going to, like, revive everyone.
It's a really unlucky Flare Star, too. Our characters can evade Flare Star. Evasion does work against that ability, but none of them managed to do so that time. It's a very unlucky open, because Flare Star is only 1 out of 8 to occur. What we really need Kuja now to do is use Reflect, or use Holy on Zidane. Zidane has Holy immunity. And that'll give us a chance to kind of pick everyone up. But right now, he's just spamming Flare, which is highly annoying.
Yeah, this is honestly one where it's like, at what point do I just decide that it's better to just reset it? Because we didn't do any damage yet.
Yeah.
If it's a Holy on Zidane, we can make this work.
Yeah, I think I'd hang in there. You can never tell what the target is till the last second. Is it on Steiner? Of course.
Nah, I think I just go for like a nicer start. Cause like,
sure.
I have no idea at what point it starts playing nice again.
Yeah, the Flare Star open is super unfortunate. To be clear, like Madelon could have hung in there. We would have eventually won the fight. It just might have taken a long time.
Yeah, I think given that we didn't got any damage in.
Sure.
Like, this is a way that we start full good health again.
Yeah, really any open other than Flare Star, and we should be fine. And Flare Star, like I said, is just a 1 out of 8 chance, so that was super unlucky. Okay, this is better. We can live with this.
Yeah. And like, initially we can still get some attacks in from the other characters as well. After that, at some point, like, if he's taken some enough damage already, he will start countering direct attacks with Flare Star. We just saw that we do not want to see Flare Star. So after that, I will just rely on charge, because the charge attacks do not trigger this counter.
Yeah, and we've now done 24k, so we are pretty close to triggering that counter. Nice, the Reflect is lovely. If Kuja plays ball, assuming Amarant hits, we might be able to kill next turn. Queen. Who's that on? We would love for that to be on Z. Although really anyone other than Steiner is fine.
Yeah, it does mean that he doesn't.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
Like, I'd rather have done someone else and then I could pick that character up.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't clock that until it happened. You're 100% right. That would have been better on either Freya or Amaranth.
Like, I really don't want to see Steiner at least, but...
Yeah. But we're close now. We'll be okay this round. As long as that's not Steiner, you can never tell.
Okay. We're through.
Nice.
Now it's just final boss.
1 to go, folks. That Kuja definitely went slightly better. So yeah, assuming we get through Necron first try, we should be about 3 minutes away or so. For the powers that be. A meteor start is so rare, it's like 1%, I believe. But it would be an immediate reset, probably.
Yeah, at least we do have another autosave here.
Yes.
So we're truly done with Transkuja now.
And we don't have to do any menuing in between. We can just kind of send it.
Yep.
The final boss that's been plaguing us the entire game. That's funny. Well, the thing is, all the cutscenes with Necron up to this point were removed, so we didn't get to see them today.
But yeah, anyone from a casual playthrough probably remembers Grand Cross and that it's super annoying. We do not want to see it. We're going to jump over it. That's a very... Oh, we got protect. Wonderful.
Oof, okay.
But it was early...
we got the jump up though, right? Because the scary thing there when the blue shockwave comes first is if you get the elemental all before Freya jumps. But we didn't get that here.
Yeah.
So what's going on in this fight is Necron is a crazy boss. It's got 4 ATB bars, but the ATB bars shut off as our characters die or go into crit health. So we have, by sacrificing our party, we have turned off 3 of the 4 ATB bars. Typically what we would do here is we would immediately start picking people up and killing Necron. Unfortunately, Necron used Protect, so we can't do as much damage as we want. So instead, we're just going to attack it twice. We're going to jump to kind of reset the blue shockwave cycle. It can't kill us with blue shockwave. We'll pick it up when Freya comes down next time and finish the fight. And if you're wondering, the remaining ATB bar that is still kind of active, if you will, goes blue shockwave, blue shockwave, blue shockwave, Grand Cross. Once it's AoE called, it's got a neutron ring.
Star? Yes, something like neutron.
Yeah. So we need to kill during the blue shockwaves, which can't kill us before it gets to the bad stuff.
Yeah. So basically we have 3 blue shockwaves and then we need to kill. So we already had 1, so 2 more blue shockwaves. So we get 1 more blue shockwave and after that we need to kill before fight ends. Normally it would be important to ATB wait Zidane's attack so he gets 2 attacks in a row. I like, because of the extra damage, because of the extra jump over, that should probably not matter now.
No, that should not be necessary.
I mean, I'd probably still just show the principle of it.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point too. Oh, with the crit too.
Yeah, so it won't be necessary, but this way, like, I hold ATB now.
Mm-hmm.
Now I make sure I hold ATB during his attack. With Steiner, and now, like, Zidane would get another attack before Necron, but it isn't going to be needed typically, because we should... well, now, in this fight it should not be needed, but usually it's quite important to get that attack.
I believe Freya might kill on the charge. I don't even know if it's going to get to Steiner.
Okay, GG.
Yeah. Alright, Steiner did it. GG, let's go! Oh my god, what a great run.
Yes.
Congratulations, that was awesome.
Yeah. Thanks for the help with Commentator Keeper. It was really nice to have someone along. Again, thanks to the organizers of RPG Speedrunner Union. It was really nice to have me. I also wrote a guide for this run if anyone wants to learn. Always nice to see new runners. And I guess we'll be heading off and that they can set up for the next run.
Thank you for having us, everyone. It was so much fun.